It's Saturday, March the 7th, 2026. Welcome to another episode of Have Your Say 247. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo.
Today, lifting up the arms of our president. We pray for your continued blessing and favor to rest upon him. We pray for wisdom from heaven to flood his heart, his mind, and Lord, you will guide him in these challenging times that we're facing today. I pray for your grace and your protection over him. I pray for your grace and protection over our troops and all of our men and women serving in our armed forces. And Father, we just pray you'll continue to give our president the strength that he needs to lead our great nation as we come back to one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We pray your heavenly blessing upon him in Jesus' name.
Created a militia. Tinubu is one of the foremost politicians in Nigerian history.
Tinubu and his people created a militia. Who said those words, Daniel?
Tinubu has helped in strengthening democracy in
Tinubu
Nigeria.
And his people created a militia, Daniel. Who said those words?
Tinubu brought in leadership
skills
into governance.
Tinubu and his people created a militia. Who said those words?
Tinubu and his people never created the militias.
So why did you say they did on January 22nd, 2023?
I never said that.
The candidate of All Progressives Congress, Olusegun Bola Tinubu, and his people created a militia. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria we're seeing a political party creating a militant arm leading to election.
Does he have a militia that tried to kill you?
He doesn't have. I never said he tried to kill me.
I myself have received threats from him and his camp. Your words.
I never said that.
There is also this threat to life, and I can tell you that because I myself have received threats from Asiwaju and his camp.
You said it was so corrupt, the 2023 election, Tinubu's win, you said that you couldn't eat food for 3 days.
I never said that. Where?
And legitimate complaints were raised all over Nigeria. That part is what threw me off balance. In fact, I became so sick. For the past 3 days, I found it very hard eating food.
Tinubu is not just super rich. It's what he does with his wealth. In 2019, 2 armored money trucks, bullion vans, were seen going into his house, coming out of his house. Where did that money go?
No. Point, did you see the money? Or those who reported, did they see money inside the bullion van?
Was there no money in the bullion vans?
How am I to know?
You said it was money in the vans at the time, 2023, February.
But there is only one person in Nigeria who is alleged to have moved money through bullion vans, and that person is on their ballot as the presidential candidate.
On the eve of the presidential elections, 2 cash-laden bullion vans, your words, were seen on the premises, which was ostensibly for vote buying. Your words, January 22nd, 2023. Have you just disowned everything you've said in order to work for this president?
I'm coming. What you just said now, I want to put it on record, on my own honor. That's not what I said.
Finish a town hall on electoral reform so that Nigerians will come together and talk how we go move forward with this electoral act, because they need, it is not the end. We must go back and revisit it to be amended. I don't raise my hand more than how many times they know so that they will take the question. I don't know what's in the arrangement, but waiting in my mind, we must talk, and because I will put them out. INEC chairman cannot come out here because it is horrible and it is terrifying to me that for the whole conversation, the only 2 people who agree that this electoral act is okay is APC and INEC. Every other person insists that this electoral bill needs to be amended, but somehow the only 2 people that agree that we should conduct election with this electoral act is APC and INEC. Is there something that APC and INEC knows that Nigerians do not know? The INEC chairman made a statement and said that because during Abuja election, some polling unit around Kuje, they could not call their staff. Professor Amupiton, there is no reason why you should not be able to reach your staff. If you are not on social media, ask your children. Terrorists on social media are able to call people from the forest. There is no polling units in the forest. We want to know exactly the 200 billion INEC earmarked for electronic technology. Which technology are they procuring? What will it cost INEC to have technology in the 177,000 or so polling units? If we can depend up to 200 or something trillion to protect power lines, oil pipelines, why can we not protect INEC technological system? Because we must ensure that that is taken as a critical national asset. That server, we want to be able to protect it. And then the House Committee Chairman on Electoral Reform, where they talk, say that, oh, now real time may not be possible, real time. The House Committee Chairman, at what point did you people in the House of Reps realize that your version, which you had passed with real time electronic transmission, at what point did you realize that it was not okay and you needed
killing of Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, US officials and even some celebratory rallies abroad might have you believe it's mission accomplished.
The mothership of terrorism is sinking. The captain is dead.
But let me explain why killing Khamenei doesn't mean what they say it does, that the Islamic Republic is over. First, the Republic itself is designed to survive. It's a system, not a person. And that's codified in the Constitution, which Iranians approved of through 2 national referendums. The killing of Khamenei has already triggered Article 111, which stipulates that in the event of a leadership vacancy, a temporary 3-member council takes over. Those members are the President, Masoud Pezeshkian, the head of the Judiciary, Gholam Hossein Mohsenejai, and Ayatollah Alireza Orafi, a member of the 12-man Guardian Council. They manage the country until the Assembly of Experts can meet and elect a new leader. The Constitution says that's supposed to happen as soon as possible, but that's the unknown here, when and how. The Assembly's only ever convened once to choose a new leader, in 1989 when Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini died. The Constitution states that if the Assembly of Experts can't find a suitable leader, one of its members is to be elected. Now, the Supreme Leader had no publicly designated successor.
Ana kokari a samu fahimta a tsayar da wannan abu. Samu fahimta kamar tattauna kake nufi ko sulhuntawa haka da su yan ta'adda. Yanzu a gida idan dan uwanka wanda yake gida guda wani abu ya zo ya faru da shi zaka ce wai ba dan uwanka bane? Ba da ka iya. Idan an ce hannunka ya kama ciwo zaka yanka shi ne? Ko ba yadda za a yi kaki kaso duka gida yan uwa ne. Akwai dewa waɗanda suke neman zaman lafiya. Akwai dewa waɗanda suke so a bar wannan abubuwan ne. Ya kamata mu fahimta akan cewa ba yaƙi muke da wata ƙasa ba, ba wasu mutane daga waje bane muke, abu ne masifa da ta zo mana gida. To idan Allah ya taimake mu za a samu fahimta. Abinda da ɗan uwa yake faɗa da ɗan uwa, Allah zai kawo fahimta akan cewa ce a'a bai yi ba daidai bane a bari. Kuma alhamdulillah ana samun.
Some of this rally make my blood pressure go up.
And the people are asking a platform for him who are supporting him.
So you should get a filter sometimes. Filter your thoughts before you say.
I'll continue to take blood pressure medication.
Why are you getting high blood pressure, Jonava? Now,
I'm not taking medication for myself. I'm taking it for people like Paula, some of you guys that after the January, February something, and then people like Soludo, that is a good spoiler. I thank God for his life. He's working for my.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is
and you
not
took my
going
time
to
to
be
God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alexi, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time and he's using it to defend
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address you the way I like. You don't know what she already did to me. So learn to control your emotion, right? That is the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Fiscally, you can't insult me, right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. Do you understand? You are powerful over the camera, so you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't yet say it to me physically. You understand? I will handle you like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground? Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion.
I'm there with people bigger than you.
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because he mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time, then you make a...
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Rudolph, I've never seen this part of him before. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You're a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Be stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down. All right, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. It's another Saturday, and we're here to look at issues in the news across the world. And we are going to zero in on Nigeria at a certain point, and I thank you all for joining us again today. As we say, it's 1 week, one trouble. A week ago, we woke up and the world changed. This is a week into the war in Iran. And already is going in the direction most people did not expect. So we want to talk about it. What is happening? What are you hearing where you are? How do you feel about the conflict? Those who are on the side of Iran, how is it going? Those who were thinking that it will lead to a third world war, is that still what is on the table? So we're going to talk about it 1 week after, and what has happened and what we expect will happen in the next week. That's one of the major topics we're going to deal with. In Nigeria, we had a very interesting character, spokesperson, advisor to President Bola Tinubu, in the person of Daniel Bwala, who went to London and confronted Al Jazeera's Mehdi Hasan, who has this show called Head to Head. And it was an interesting encounter. We're going to talk about that. People are really excited about how it happened. Let me give you an example of what we saw.
Created a militia. Tinubu is one of the foremost politicians in Nigerian history.
Tinubu and his people created a militia. Who said those words, Daniel?
Tinubu has helped in strengthening democracy in Nigeria.
Tinubu and his people created a militia, Daniel. Who said those words?
Tinubu brought in leadership
skills
into governance.
Tinubu and his people created a militia. Who said those words?
Tinubu and his people never created the militias.
So why did you say they did on January 22nd, 2023?
I never said that.
The candidate of All Progressives Congress, Olusegun Bola Tinubu, and his people created a militia. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria we are seeing a political party creating a militant arm leading to election.
Does he have a militia that tried to kill you?
He doesn't have. I never said he tried to kill me.
I myself have received threats from him and his camp. Your words.
I never said that.
There is also this threat to life, and I can tell you that because I myself have received threats from Asiwaju and his camp.
You said it was so corrupt, the 2023 election, Tinubu's win. You said that you couldn't eat food for 3 days.
I never said that. Where?
And legitimate complaints were raised all over Nigeria. That part is what threw me off balance. In fact, I became so sick. For the past 3 days, I found it very hard eating food.
Tinubu is not just super rich. It's what he does with his wealth. In 2019, 2 armored money trucks, bullion vans, were seen going into his house, coming out of his house. Where did that money go?
No. Point, did you see the money? Or those who reported, did they see money inside the bullion van?
Was there no money in the bullion vans?
How am I to know?
You said it was money in the vans at the time, 2023, February.
But there is only one person in Nigeria who is alleged to have moved money through bullion vans, and that person is on their ballot as the presidential candidate.
On the eve of the presidential elections, 2 cash-laden bullion vans, your words, were seen on the premises, which was ostensibly for vote buying. Your words, January 22nd, 2023.
Have
you just disowned everything you've said in order to work for this president?
I'm coming. What you just said now, I want to put it on record, on my own honor. That's not what I said.
All right, that is Daniel denying everything he said. Also in the news, Olusegun Obasanjo turned 89. He was born March 5th. So he celebrated his birthday, and people were giving him. I had the opportunity to review how he did and how the subsequent leaders from 1999 did. We may talk on that. The U.S. Embassy closed as a result of potential protests from the Shiites in Nigeria. Also, Bola Tinubu sent delegations to Chicago for the funeral of Jesse Jackson. March 24th, Abuja High Court will decide whether ADC and Accord will be deregistered, which is something quite interesting. We may be shocked that week that the parties that should be the last opposition in this coming election might not be there. Also, Tinubu appointed Taiwo Oyedele, who most of you have seen defending the tax reform, as a Minister of State in charge in finance. So he's now a minister. A lot of people criticize him. If you remember when Chidioden Kalo came on 90 Minutes Africa, he said he had no right to be talking the way he was talking because he was not a minister. So they finally made him a minister. Also, the Acting Inspector General of Police, Tunji Disu, has told us that he's moving ahead with the state police, setting up a panel that will look into how to make that happen in Nigeria, which is interesting. Former Vice President Atiku met with ADC people from the Southeast. He's moving ahead with his campaign, presidential campaign. So we are going to discuss all those things. Now, again, thank you for joining us. Those on the comment section, those watching at home, thank you. If you care, please help us and like the broadcast, and you can also share it. Again, thank you for joining us. Let me bring in our people and begin the conversation. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I really appreciate that. It's been a wonderful week. I hope most of you have had a quiet and peaceful week. Mr. James, welcome.
Thank you very much.
What are you thinking? What are you following in the news? This Iran thing, is it getting to anywhere near you in the Gambia?
At the moment in the Gambia, we are on hunger strike.
Hunger
the
strike.
Ramadan. Muslims all over the world.
You call it hunger strike?
Yes, they are fasting. So we are.
But this is compulsory. This is compulsory for those who believe, and they are doing it to get reward from Allah.
It's also affecting me because whenever I go to a restaurant to eat, they are all closed. It's only the tourist development area. All the major restaurants in town are closed. So that is, wow. I'm also forced to
go to the tourist area.
No.
Are there Nigerian restaurants around you? Are there enough Nigerians to?
No, there are very few because the Gambians by nature they don't eat in restaurants. They eat together. Okay. That is their culture, especially lunch. They can miss any other meal, but as for lunch, all the family come together and they eat from the same bowl. Yeah, so
we did that as kids.
You mean?
Well, I mean, we did that when we were young.
Yeah. We have a saying in Benin that a child whose hands are clean can eat with elders. Yeah, so that's it. Anyway, I think maybe you are not aware that you left us something about 200 or so cows were arrested somewhere in Benin City. One of the local government, the cows, yes, for encroaching on people's farmland.
Who arrested them?
It should be the local vigilante boys. So they were asking the owners to come and release them on bail.
That's good. That's good. All right. Thank you for that. Sully, welcome to the show.
Hello, good evening.
Yeah, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. So, how is it where you are? Remind me, you are somewhere in Europe, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Netherlands.
Oh, Netherlands. Okay. How is this story, the main story, playing in Netherlands?
What story is that? Is it the Daniel Bwala?
I'll be surprised if that is on the front page of your newspaper there. No, I'm talking about.
Okay. You mean what is going on in Netherlands? Well, we had elections, and the politicians bad them. They played them handicap, and they could not believe it. As usual. So it's worldwide. So we have our first prime minister who is gay. I think he's one of the youngest prime minister. So they thought he was going to bring out ideas that are more liberal, because that's how they came out. There was another politician that was claiming, all this kind of Trump vibe and everything, but he kept on losing. But I'm sure if it was Germany, he would have won, because those Germans, I don't want to speak on there. I don't even like the place at all. But anyway, well, nothing has really changed after the election. That's just all I have to say. All those promises we've been promised, we chopped the promise, but nothing really changed. But it's still better than Nigeria, so.
Okay. Is there any story you're watching that you're interested in, particularly that you want to hear us talk about?
No, most of what I'm to talk about, you brought it out. I see it in the description. Nigerians deceiving themselves again as usual. People complaining, but they will not change their ways. It's the usual, rinse and repeat. We already know what's going to happen until maybe 2031. We just come here to come and watch people argue and try and give themselves unrealistic thoughts.
There's someone that wrote me and said, what you do is very important to me. I live with white people. It's an opportunity for me to hear Nigerians talk like Nigerians. So whatever is what, people have reasons to watch. Thank you so much. Paul, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, Doctor, this week should be a very, very nice week, even though it's weekend anyway. Because I think Daniel Bwala just reminded us about the great legend, Fela Kuti. Say, if you cannot cry, you laugh. So Daniel Bwala just bring that mockery, and we started laughing over it. And that it's just kind of funny. It's so good. And some people don't really know Mehdi Hasan. Some people should go watch his interview with Eric Prince, John Bolton, where they come with full chairs because they understand the way American politicians interview you, call you congressman, Mr. President. They respect you. They ask this question, they move to the next question. But Mehdi Hasan keep pressing. I read his book, Win Every Argument. I would recommend the book for anybody to go buy. I have the book with me. I think I bought the book over a year plus now. You're going to really enjoy the book and everything. You talk about how a British interview somebody, ask the person one question 10 times. You understand? If you skip the question, you turn, come back to the question again, and end up give his real answer. That's exactly what he did with Daniel Bwala, who is a lawyer, who is doing his PhD in the UK and left his PhD to go take appointment for Tinubu. Tinubu is making mockery of him. Nigerians is making mockery of him. It's just funny. I wonder how he's going to go contest the Senate that is aspiring to go contest with what's this guy named? The guy that wear white in Meduguri. I forgot his name now. That always attacked Tinubu. I really like it. Then on the soft side or the big side, DSC, Delta State, where I'm from, I just feel bad. One of my cousins got a job there as a security. When he entered there, he was shocked. The last time they sold DSC to one nonsense company and everything. So when they were claiming, like NNPC did last year or last 2 years, that they started pumping gas in Port Harcourt and everything, these guys were bringing truck. They empty all those equipment inside DSC. The place is almost empty. They were taking all the things that is there that we were debating some last or 2 weeks ago about DSC. These guys, they empty that place. That place is just a warehouse. they brought all this equipment, they empty all this thing, they were just taking all this thing, because that's how they also bought this thing, try to recover that money, understand that nothing will be done. So they started stealing all the equipment and they move all these things out. It's just painful. This is Nigeria, and this is not in news. They've been complaining for a while, but I was shocked when the guy was doing video, show me and everything. I was shocked that is this DS. Meanwhile, when they were moving all this truck out, everybody were happy. Oh, DS started working partially. Every day truck is going out. Truck is going out. They cover all this thing. Truck is going out. They didn't know that they were losing equipment. They were taking equipment out. People talk production is on. That is Nigeria for you.
All right. Thank you so much, Paul. Chris, welcome to the show.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, Dr. Damages. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was going to stay at the backstage and listen, but I just personally wanted to come and report that journalist, Hassan Mehdi, to you so that you can send him to Nigerian School of Journalism to learn from Shehu Hakim Baloye, Ruben Abati, and the rest of them how to interview people. Okay? And then the second person I wanted to report is that black man that was there closing his face when Bwala was doing, he was when he was supposed to be clapping for Bwala for destroying the man. Okay, and then one other thing I want to say is it seems that they're going to fight so much because they started shooting gun in River State. Without just want to mention that. Then I am asking again, please, you will need to bring somebody who understands the culture, the role of culture in national development, to come and talk to us to know that the problem of Nigeria is a cultural diversity, incompatible one for that matter. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
I'll go at the backstage and then and listen. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Chris.
Thank you, sir.
I appreciate that. KJ, welcome to the show. You are smiling. The news something is making you happy?
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. You know, the news cycle is always for me. It is what those days when we had TV earlier in Nigeria. It's called midnight. What do you call it? Movie, the last movie. So what we had, a day
is it the one before they play the national anthem?
Yes, before they play
and close the TV
So that's those days we used to watch the Hawaii 5-0 and all that. That's the late night movies. So what we saw was a late night movie that played out, with Daniel Bwala. I want to tell Paul, why it was difficult was because we don't like truth in Nigeria. So when people come, you think that which you pander to in Nigeria and celebrate what others pander to outside. They don't have that nonsense time. So, and then why it was also difficult or made more easy for him, not because he's an expert in, Rudolph could have done the same thing. He had a good research. He researched the issue. He had every point. He had it written out. So sometimes, I was laughing because sometimes some of us come here and when we are saying certain things, you'll be arguing. But right before us here, we have some of those documents sitting and looking at you, So you have a choice. Do you want to put it out there or just want to let the person fool himself and go away? And most times, most journalists would prefer to just allow you to fool yourself and go away.
We will get into the details when we. Topic.
So and then okay, the last one that I just I don't know if you played that, but what went on is that Trump is saying that he wants a total surrender before he can stop. So Iran should declare, I surrender. Those of you have gone to Uganda before? Yes, Kenya. There's a place called the Carnival where you go to eat meat and all that. You must put up your hand, say you surrender before they stop serving you meat. If not, they keep bringing loads and loads of different meat for you until you leave. I do ask if you go to Kenya, please don't miss to go to the carnival.
I went. I didn't know about that. I didn't go there.
Oh, I will have. I mean, you will enjoy it so much because you taste everything that is called meat, except the one you don't want. If you don't want snake and all that, but it's a good place to go to when you go to Kenya.
So KJ, I'm so sorry. On the soft side, if you don't know, we also have it in America. It's a Brazilian restaurant.
That one, my brother.
We have it in America. So you can look at it. It's a Brazilian restaurant called Fogo de Chao. Fogo de Chao. A Brazilian restaurant. Very, very nice. I already applied for my wife for Valentine's Day next year. I already booked a table from now. Otherwise, you lose it.
Is it in Maryland?
You might check it. I don't know because I don't live in Maryland, but it's not much. Fogo de Chao. Fogo de Chao.
All right, let's
the Brazilian restaurant.
We start the conversation. Obi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Doctor. Good afternoon to the house and member of the panel.
How are you?
It's fine. It's another good time for the therapy as usual. We thank God. Nigeria. Once you are supporting this government, you will look like a fool. So that one has also played out in the one we've been narrating since. Then there is this normal story of bullying the opposition that is actually beginning to gain widespread. That Amechi of all people had to be bullied even up to his village when he was going to register. It's actually going to be a tough one in the coming election. I think I followed Amechi and the Bwala thing coupled with other stories which we've already captured here. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Greetings.
Daniel, what story are you looking at? What is making you excited?
Well, the excitement all over, the topical issue all over the social media is our brother Daniel Bwala and what he did with Pat and Mehdi, which was, for me, I think it was a missed opportunity for him to actually present Market Nigeria, but he ended up in what some people have called a show of shame. I think he demarketed Nigeria himself, his government, and even the facts that are so obvious, he was in denial. And I don't think that he did himself any good. And then other issues, a couple of other issues, in town. We saw the police officer, much respected, quote and unquote, who was charged for 23 count charge. And he had acquittal for all the 23 count charges, which is strange.
What are you talking about? Is it Abba Kairi?
That's right.
The story wasn't all the charges. It was just those related to corruption, not the drug one. So there are still charges that he has to face.
Okay. So but it's I was wondering, how you can bring such a charge and you're not able to defend it. But that's Nigeria for you. We had that kind of thing with Ibori when he was charged here, discharged, and then he went to Dubai and he was held and deported to UK, and then for almost the same charge for which he went to jail. So that's disturbing. And then if you look at the electoral act that was signed and the various things we hear about the fact that you can now, irrespective of your past you know, whether you are a drug pusher, whether you committed any offense and so on, whatever it is, you know, it does not disqualify you from running for an office. And I find that very, very deplorable, because to put it in the constitution, you know, it's what, you know, you may have one or two people, you know, who have bad reputation and so on, and they're in politics and they're in government. But to now put this in your constitution that it doesn't matter, I wonder what kind of values that you're promoting in a political system. What kind of political culture is that, where those issues like that don't matter? So you're building a government that has no integrity, or you are saying that you don't need some integrity in politics. And I don't think that is good for politics. Let me just stop there. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Forefathers, welcome to the show.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings to the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I guess I would like to say something about my coming back from Nigeria and what is happening in the world. Coming back from Nigeria, I noticed that the level of, you know, demand for cash, you know, for bribing police officers along checkpoints has come down significantly. And even at the airport, it has gone down significantly. And my observation was that it's not because people have become less corrupt, because they fear that they could end up on YouTube or TikTok, and then they will all be disgraced and they will all have questions to answer. That is probably the reason why. And maybe there is something we can tap into to actually make change in other areas within the country, because shame, not just national shame, because national shame is not good enough. International one tends to affect Nigerians. Because I find that peculiar, because I was thinking about it, like, these guys, they've not changed. I know they've not changed. They are still the same people. But the only reason why they are not doing it is because they fear somebody's recording something. And they fear they could end up on the news and they will be derobed and all that stuff. So maybe that's something we can tap into. And I also saw this pastor culture that I found very disturbing. It didn't resemble the country I left. A pastor that was in Port Harcourt, his poster is everywhere, from Port Harcourt to Bayelsa. Everywhere. I don't even know his name. Like, it's like the president of Nigeria. The pastors on posters, on cars, on bikes. One pastor. Well, they're not to mention the others. It's out of control. The entire situation. I don't understand how we can be that way.
What is the problem with that?
Because
they printed it with their money.
Yes, but it doesn't seem like there's no focus on the real problems facing the country, like national security issues that we are having. The poverty issues. All these people are just pastors everywhere.
Hold on, Fafada. You went from England. You could have printed 10 million posters on national security and put it on cars and walls yourself. Nobody's stopping you from doing that.
If I have the money, I will. Now give me
why
money.
Why are you worried about pastor who decided that?
Why are they wasting the money promoting themselves?
It's not your money.
All over the place.
It's not your money.
They are spreading the gospel.
It's not your money, forefathers.
Get
your
horrible.
money and put it into.
You have that kind of money. Why are you not using it to promote something that is actually going to transform the country? As far as promoting
your problem with critics. This is the problem. The man.
I don't have the money now. I'm not just a critic. Yeah, give me the money, I will do it.
Go and find the money. He found his own money.
Okay, I'm believing me. I'm looking for it. I'm not without looking for it. If
I find it, I will do decided better. This is what I wanted to do with the money.
Forefather keeps the money.
Forefather, I'm so sorry.
Dr. Damages, can you please put me on backstage, please?
Okay.
Yeah.
Forefather
doesn't want us to
hear. I'm so sorry.
Paul, hold on. Tony doesn't want us to hear when he's mentioning the money he made during the year.
It's tax. It's tax.
All right, go ahead.
Forefather, I'm so sorry. That thing that you talk about in Rivers State, Bayelsa State, Edo State, and Delta State, that is creating massive job in those states. All the local TV channel, the only ad they get is church and obituary. You understand? It's church and obituary. It's creating a lot of job. No company, no business. All they do, all the local TV channel is doctor, pastor, bishop, and great pa die 109 years, 197 years. That's all they do. So it's so bad, but it's creating job for the people. You understand? Those had all the local TV channels and radio. It's creating job. If you go to Edo State, Delta State, Bayelsa, River State. I was shocked. I've been saying that for years. Yeah, it's so funny, but
It's
deal
an
with it.
unseemly kind of culture. The culture doesn't lead to progress within our communities. Because if you look at what they do to the Amajiri ones today, by 7 years they already crammed a whole this Quran when they could be cramming this advanced science and all that kind of stuff. It's just unseemly. The culture I see there is very, very disturbing. But that is on one side. And also find out that Tinubu went and signed our health information to America now. First, they signed our tax information to France. Now our health information is going to America now. And we are being sold piece by piece, and we are not even this in part of the equation, because the National House of Assembly didn't even pass any bill on it. They just sold our information to the Americans. Like our genetic information is being handed over to them. That is what we are dealing with now in Nigeria. And there are some people that are supposed to stop this. South Africa turned it down. Zimbabwe turned it down. Many Southern African countries turned it down. Even Kenya wanted to accept, but they took it to court and blocked it. Even Traore of everybody somehow accepted it. I don't know what his condition is or what he gave them. But when they do this thing, they bring their own people into your country to be collecting this information from your people and transfer it to America. Not quid pro quo. Your own information goes to them. Their information doesn't come to you. This is a regime in America that believes in colonization, that believes in white supremacy, and our people are handing the information over to them. And somebody was saying earlier on today that, Tinubu is playing them very well. This is the mumu thinking that I think that our people don't understand. We think that our enemy is going to fall and die. We are going to be playing them. That's how we sold our people as slaves, thinking that they are going to fall and die. They're not going to fall and die. They're just going to get stronger and take more and more until there's nothing left. That is how it behaves. And then this takes me to what the Iranians are going through right now. What I thought about the Iranians, for the life of me, that's why it's good that you know people a little bit more. I didn't have a clue what they were. These people, you think they love their life so much. I don't think they do. Did you know that the Khomeini, their leader, didn't even go into the bunker? Can you believe that? You know, a superpower that just took Maduro out is looking for you, and you are out in the open. You know why? Because they don't care.
They care. They care.
They don't seem to care because clearly he's dead now. If he cared, why is he out? So my point is that the way they think is different from the way we think. And I think that way of thinking is wrong, because they put their religion and their heavenly kingdom and everything first, whereby you are willing to die as long as there's other people that will take your example and carry on the fight. It's fine. I don't subscribe to that kind of way of thinking. I think that you are supposed to preserve your best minds as long as possible until you can lose them. But I feel like their culture, for some reason, is very, very strange. And this same leader put that country at risk by doing something that I have always advised against, by not allowing them to go nuclear. If they had, like North Korea, they would be safe right now. But now he has put his country maybe in the column of Ukraine, that gave away its nuclear weapon, Saddam Hussein that reneged on seeking it, Libya that reneged on seeking it, Assad that reneged on seeking it. If you
Rudolph, I will start it because I don't know why Rudolph forefather is going with this.
If I was singing the
They're
praise
taking
of
too long.
Trump,
This what they're telling us
you want
like
me to sing the
it
praise of
doesn't have
Trump
anything
so
to do
that you
with
not interrupt? No, I don't come to this session all the time now. Come on, I will stop very soon.
The reason why sometimes I do these things for a reason. The reason why I wanted to hear from him is that he just came back from Nigeria. So I think he has a viewpoint that we need to hear, and that's the only reason. So go ahead, finish up.
Yeah, thank you. So based on what is going on right now, I didn't know a lot about them, and I think he made a mistake, and the same mistake we are making. We always like to think there's some way, because they were trying to negotiate with Americans. They were trying to. If you think you can do that and get away with in this world, you will pay. And all the example points to the same thing. If you are weak and you think you can play your enemy, you are the one that is being played, because they are not stupid. And this is the game we are keep playing, and we are going to regret it with the West. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Two more people and then we start. We're going to start with Daniel. Bwala and his Wahala, and then from there we go to Iran and what's going on there. Let's welcome Ike back to the show. Ike, welcome back. It's been a while. How are you?
I'm okay. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Bwala still in the presidency? I thought by now, if we are living in a country where there are, responsible government, I think by now he would have fired himself, But it is what it is because that is the country we have. Presented with everything he said, he was saying before. I think we should change his name to. I didn't say that. I think people who are on Twitter space should be able to change his name to. I didn't say that. I didn't know that. So I think we might see it as he was doing it for. It's all of us. It's all of us he threw into the bus. It's all of us. As far as you're a Nigerian, who was representing you. I might say he's not representing me because I've never believed in the government that is in Nigeria because it's an illegitimate government. So, but at the end of the day, he was standing on the international world, speaking on behalf of the government of Nigeria. So the shame and the disgrace is all of us. When I was listening to that interview, I was with a friend. He's a Jamaican in my house. He knows a lot about Nigerian politics. He was listening. And after that, he called me, say, my brother, could this man be a person who is representing a government of a country like Nigeria? I said, you saw it. He's speaking on behalf of the government in Nigeria. So it's a shame for you to be in the midst of some people who are supposed to be giving you respect as a Nigerian, telling you, my brother, it's a shame that this is a man that have to speak for a government like Nigeria. But that is what it is. So people who support this government, indirectly or directly, every plant, every seed we sow, all of us, those who are supporting this government, they're going to reap. Because you cannot plant plantain and expecting to harvest yam. It's not possible. It's what you plant. It's what you're going to harvest. So those people online, they put everywhere, those who cover up with certain things, cover themselves up, but indirectly they are eating from the crumbs of this government. All of us will see to the end of this government very soon.
All right. Thank you, Ike. We have not started conversation, so what I'm doing now is just to say hello to people who are here. The final person will be Jefferson. When I say hello to you, I'll ask you if you have any story that is important to you we've not mentioned. You can mention it at this time, and then we start the show. Go ahead, Jefferson.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Nice to meet all of you here. It's so clear that whatever we think we are doing, we think the world is not watching, but the world is watching. So we just have to be very careful about what we do and what we think we take, or how we take a stand, because it is what it is. Can I say my thoughts on what is going on, or we're just introducing ourselves?
We're introducing ourselves and then giving people opportunity to bring up anything that we haven't mentioned that is important to them.
Okay. I think for now, I think that's it. Let me leave it. Since we are introducing, let's leave that for now.
All right.
And I'll come back to the.
All right. So we're going to start the show now, and we're going to start with the story of what happened to Daniel Bwala. All right, so let me share this. Let's start from this point of view. This is Daniel writing in July 2024. He's making a comment. He said that only Mehdi Hasan on this planet that I find as ruthless in demolishing Piers Morgan's manipulating journalism. That guy is a terrific debater, sweatless flow of thoughts, deadly fact checker, mastery of rhyme, deep knowledge of the issues. His book, How to Win Every Argument, is a bomb. So apparently he knew who the man was, and according to Hassan, I'm hearing noise. I don't know from where. If you're not speaking, please mute yourself. According to Hassan, he prepared well for the interview. So he knew what he was going into, but it didn't turn out well for him. So we want to start a conversation. You can start from any angle. What do you think went wrong? Why? Oh, let me say this also. Somebody wrote me. This is some people, not just one person. A lot of people wrote me, and essentially what they were saying was this. I am sure you have seen this, how real journalism is done. So people are saying that all of you journalists who brag around, KJ, say you're a journalist, that all of you should learn. This is how it is done. So I got that like 20 times from different people. Stop, go and learn go to school. So I want us to look at it from different angles. How did he do? Remember, he was sent out there as the best. They looked at all their spokesperson and they said, this is the guy that we think can handle this Hassan of a guy. And they sent him out there. It didn't work out. Why did he fail? What did Hassan do well that our journalists are not doing? And why is it difficult to defend this government? Because you have to remember, this is not the first time. If you remember, Piers Morgan had our Minister for Foreign Affairs appear on his show. You didn't go well too. So that's the conversation. James, I will start with you. You're muted, James. Okay, go ahead. You mute yourself again, James. Okay.
Okay, right. Now, the issue, I think, is this. Nigerian journalists are very good. If you listen to the interview between Arise News and the Israeli ambassador to Nigeria, Hosseini Rufai gave a good account of himself. And we should not lose sight of the fact that Hosseini Rufai read animal science. And he has rubbished professors and what have you during his interview sessions. So I don't think this man who interviewed Bwala has done what no Nigerian has ever done. I'm very proud of Hosseini Rufai. So that is that. So Daniel Bwala, I've resolved not to comment on this. Should I call it? It's a man who has an exaggerated sense of his importance, morally barren and bankrupt. So we should not make him feel important. So let me give my time to Mr. Paul to elaborate on it if he so desires. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Paul, you have 4 minutes. This is what I'm doing today that is different. Somebody watched our show and recommended that if you interrupt somebody else, we deduct that time from yours when it's your time to speak. So for instance, if Paul is speaking and KJ goes in to interrupt Paul, I will deduct that time from KJ when KJ's time is up. All right, Paul, go ahead. 4 minutes.
I did not interrupt Paul.
No, I'm just giving an example, yeah.
So you should have 8 minutes.
Paul, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Truth be told, I came from a home where I started reading newspaper as a child because my father read all the newspaper. For the most part, I used to be the one that go buy my father's newspaper from the bus stop and everything. Now, my father is this person who like to tell history a lot. So I really like it and I understand newspaper. Like, for example, you say newspaper, if you pick up a Punch newspaper, there is something called viewpoint, opinion, editorials, and the news. So when somebody says, this is my viewpoint, it's just my opinion. You understand? This is our view. The editorial, this is what the team of editors put together. This is their take, how they feel the government is working or the government is not working. Then this is the news. You report the news as the news is and everything. But how bad it is in Nigeria, journalists are suffering, mostly like in this time, this age and time, 4 p.m. in the Arizona time, that's 12 a.m. Nigerian time. I can read all the newspaper in Nigeria for free. They're all online. How is these guys making money? How many hard are they getting there? They can't sell paper. People are not buying these papers and everything. And this paper is expensive because they import these materials. So the only thing, they fall for these so-called politicians to make money. So it's just hard. So like I will use something like Arise News. Arise News, they keep profile for some of us to watch to get the views. You understand? But they use Ruben Abati to also make friendship with the government. That's why you see whenever they want to do, come give speech, come give this, they'll call Ruben Abati to make the money, to bring the money. They will not bring Rufai. They can pay Rufai good salary to keep him there so that some of us will still like to watch Arise News. Like some of us will not even bother watch NTA because we already know it's fully 100% compromised. We know we are wasting our time, but we just feel we can still get some truth in Arise. And when we say we can get some truth in Arise, we know we want to go watch people like Rufai. You know, that when you watch Abati tried to make himself relevant, and sometimes Abati tried to balance the equation. You understand? Take side of the government and take side of the people to also make himself balanced. You understand? But Rufai is the extremist of just one side. He's not a two-sided man. So that's just the thing. But we're talking about other parts of the world where the way they employ journalists in America, they sign you contracts. So, for example, now they sign Mehdi Hasan contract in MSNBC for $20 million. You are making money. You understand? So you are not scared of any politician. They still control them to be biased. You understand? Like take the side of Democrat or take the side of Republican. But at the same time, still do that thing that Ruben Abati is doing. You understand? Balance the news sometimes. If somebody fail on the other side, you hit the person hard. See what they did with some Republican did with somebody like Christine, the Homeland Security boss that got fired. So these are the things. So, but our journalists are not really getting paid well. You understand? And the owners of this paper too, they don't really have the money. You understand? There's no money. Businesses are not in Nigeria to put so much expensive hard that they will make money. So it trickled down. So these are the things that affect our journalists. And these are the things that you see other climes of the world, they do well. You understand? Then Mehdi Hasan has been a student of debate all his life. His parents want him to be a doctor. His parents are doctor. You understand? But from the cradle, he has debate. So he fights to be a journalist, and they see that he will do well there. And I like his skills of interview. Like I said the other time, people should go read his book, Win Every Argument. You watch his interview with somebody like Eric Prince. Watch his interview with John Bolton. You will laugh. When he interviewed Eric Prince and everything, after the killing in Iraq and everything, Congress, they brought back Eric Prince to re-question him again, all the facts that, all the receipts that Mehdi Hasan brought out, the killings and everything, the abuse in Afghanistan, places like Iraq and the like. So these guys, they are well skill set. We don't really have that in Nigerians. The press people, they are really suffering. That's why you see they call journalists brown envelope and the likes and everything. So journalists, the funny part, journalists will have a receipt. By 10 p.m., they'll send the politician, this is how we want to publish the paper. Do you want us to publish this thing like this? Oh, no, they'll buy the news. Then they'll twist the whole game. That's how they survive. So they get money from the other side. People should ask themselves, how is Arise surviving? Putting all those things out there, they pay staff, they spend money on electricity, they spend money on diesel, they spend money. How many hard do we really see on those stations? So where is the money coming from? You understand? So the country is so bad because there's no business, there's nothing is affecting the journalists. And to some extent, it's the government calculates these things very well. They kill that industry, like they successfully kill so many industry, like the way they kill labor. You understand? You see student union, the way they kill all these things. And they are happy doing all those things. And why they are doing all those things, they don't even know that they are bringing the country to ground zero. You know, some of us, we just can't cry. That's why we are laughing over this issue. But it's a slap on our face. The guy told Mehdi Hasan on that, Mehdi Hasan told Daniel Bwala that, you researched me, you were dancing. You understand? You were dancing, you researched me. But now you don't even know anything and everything. He knows all these things. This is a guy who resigned, who paused his PhD in UK to go serve Tinubu. He's a seasoned lawyer. He knows how to answer questions. But how do you defend Tinubu? when all the receipt is there. I was even shocked that he didn't even press hard with the other guy that was talking about when Tinubu lied that he works with Deloitte and everything. How do you work with Deloitte and you cannot bring receipt? Since the day I joined this country, any company that I say I work, I can bring my W-2 to prove that I work from this country. Your tax paper are there. Bring your tax paper. And even though, let's say you even work with Deloitte, how much did you earn in Deloitte? You understand? It's a laughable thing, but that's my take. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Dexter, welcome to the show. Dexter is having some family.
Hello. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to put some ninjas in place. Okay, thank you, Dr. Damages, and everybody on the show. If I want to comment quickly on the interview, I think we should be embarrassed as Nigerians, first of all. That was an embarrassment to us. And then secondly...
Wait. Embarrassed as Nigerians, why?
Why? Because, look, whether we like it or not, Daniel Bwala was representing the basic Nigerian. That's what he was. Well, no matter how we want to spin the narrative. So imagine somebody... Imagine somebody that doesn't know anything about Nigeria just watching that interview. Imagine somebody that doesn't know anything about that interview, that doesn't know anything about Nigeria watching that interview. That's all the person will see. That's all the person will. The person will interpret Nigeria from Daniel Bwala's interview. And so that is a slap on us. Secondly, it just showed our moral compass is very, very low. Our moral compass in Nigeria, because imagine Daniel Bwala denying his own works. You know?
Dexter, we can come back to you if you want. Let's get someone else in first. Soli, are you there? Okay, you go. We'll give you 4 minutes.
Okay, 4 minutes is small, but I don't see why everybody is complaining. You know, the public opinion does not matter. When has the public opinion ever mattered? You know, my man has gone there, he has done his job. That's why I was just laughing. He said, look at all these ones. You think you can embarrass me? Paycheck is awaiting me when I get back home. He has fans that are waiting for him. You see, I was looking through social media and somebody was complaining. I saw so many people complaining that somebody did this and they ended up being a pastor and Nigerians forgave him. And they slaughtered this person's family and the person became a pastor and Nigerians forgive them. I now saw people in the comments saying, what if God called him? God called him and he became a pastor. Saul did worse. I say, we're finished. We're finished. I now asked them that where are their family members living so that I can slaughter all their family members and start a church. And I hope they will give me tithes because God called me too to slaughter all their families and start church. This is the typical thinking of a Nigerian. You see, people are still shouting, ADC, ADC, ADC. Obi said, this is a party of criminality. But now that we've changed our name from PDP to ADC, there are no more criminals. Nigerian politicians will never change no matter what, because you people always forgive them. You are ready, ever ready to forgive them. Even with all that is going on, all this banditry, all this thing, they will still vote for APC more than the South. The North will vote for APC more than the South. And ADC, you ADC supporters, I hope you know that now they've put a clause that once you are in a party and they start, you cannot change your party. Meaning that if Atiku is the flag bearer, Obi will have no party to go to. He must be the vice presidential candidate. And you know what people are going to say when that happens? People are going to say, well, as long as we remove APC, it's better we take a full animal. That's what they are going to do. So Nigerians have to suffer. I've always said this thing before. Enough of these negotiations. Let them suffer. Bandits should enter Osun State, Ondo State, everywhere. They should come and finish us. They should scatter the whole Lagos. Or else, we will never learn. You know, so I commend Daniel Bwala. He did his work. Mumu Nigerians will still support him. You know, people will come online and they will shout and they will scream. But those people, if they are in front of Daniel Bwala one-on-one, their teeth will be like this. They are to be like this. Anything for the boys, straight from the airport. So please, let's stop pretending to be annoyed. Let's stop pretending to be angry. Let's stop pretending to be ashamed. This is the normal, nothing is going to happen. In fact, you'll be rewarded more. Maybe they'll even give him extra land in Abuja, So let the bandits come in. Since our soldiers don't want to have sense, they like to die like fowl, then so be it. Let it be survival of the fittest. Not said that they are the ones that are deciding vote for us. So please, they should stop protesting, because protest is haram. They should just buy in peace, and they should stop moving towards the south. Too many of them are coming to where the infidels are in the south. They should stay in the north with their brothers. After all, Ribadu has said that they are their brothers and all they need is rehabilitation. So we need to see the northern population probably reduce from maybe 120 million to maybe 20 million. That's when we know that there is a change. Everybody should stay calm. Tinubu is working. You understand? All these northern people with their konkolo head, they need to learn lesson. And the people in the southeast, they will learn politics by fire, by force. Not of all these superstitious, Obi is going to be the Atiku will never lie. Atiku is a Fulani man. Why you are delusional that is going to happen, I don't know. Why you think that Obi is going to change, I don't know. If you do not put criminals in jail, they will forever torment you. Even if Obi wins, these people will never enter jail, which means that nothing will change. Even if some things change for a short period of time, they will just start all over again, and it will be 10 to 20 times worse. We don't want to do the full work. We just want to put bandage on arm that has cut off. Let us continue. Everybody, if you want to stay safe, stay in Lagos. Or maybe somewhere in the southeast, because I know the southeast, they don't play with these northerners. They will deal with them. They will deal with them. Stay in the southeast or come to Lagos. If you believe in one Nigeria, go to your north. And I'm warning all those northerners. If you dare protest, God will punish you. God will punish you if you protest. It is better for you to buy in peace. I don't want to hear any of this Arewa is bleeding. God will punish you and that Arewa is bleeding. All of you need to take it with your full chest, because protest is haram. Yes.
All right. Sully, thank you so much. OBE, you're next. We're talking about Daniel Bwala and what is happening, his performance, and you can take it from any angle. There's no restriction. You have 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages, and the members of the panel. If all these things do not involve Obi, I'm not sure discussion will ever be complete. Obi must appear in the discussion. I don't know how it concerns Obi anyway. And that means there's something very unique about that guy. And we'll go see him at the end of the day. God helping us. Basically, if you want to look at the people that are actually in the aims of Tinubu's government, you see that anybody that's a critic of an Obi thing will probably get a job with them. Exactly the pattern that it has played till we get to where we are today. When you talk about the bad Obi, you kind of get an attention from the above. Yeah, you get a position. Then you now begin to eat your words that you have condemned before. There is something about the interviewer that I watched keenly after going through it several times. I can see that the guy actually made his research, detailed research. He had quotation mark in his interview. Replying Bwala, he had quotation marks to exactly the words he used and what he said, and at what time, what station, and what day. He had it clearly mapped out, and he kind of put it in chronological. He put it in order. As he's quoting it, he's giving you exactly what it is. And there's something that ran through it. If all journalists here will listen, he never used the word "let me finish." He never used the word "can I finish?" or "don't interrupt me," or "if I may," or "I am not done yet." And yet, they had a conversation that was so intense. That is where I see the likes of Husseini that are still trying to grow as journalists too, because you don't need to use those kind of words to make your interview roll on or be able to put your point there. The guy was so patient with him. He let him land his stupid point and give him the details. And then on the day, he laughs. And that was how he messed up himself throughout the 45 minutes of that interview. And the whole audience were actually portraying exactly how they feel about Nigeria. We are all looking at it. Bwala was talking. No, that was the Nigerian presidential media man talking to the global stage. He messed all of us up. He just spoke like this is a typical Nigerian person, a Nigerian thing. It's a big one on us. There was a day I was going to buy something at a Chinese shop, or be one of those whatever shop, and the guy, when I brought out my credit card, they told me, where am I from? I said I'm in Nigeria. He said no, he will take cash. I said, what do you mean? The guy said he was going to take cash, that he will not take credit card from me because of where I'm from. Really? I just dumped the thing that I was going to buy from him and I walked out of the shop. That is how bad this kind of performance actually portrays us out there to the outside world. It's that bad that somebody cannot even own up to his word. All because of, you see that guy that wore white with the stripes that was part of the panel. That was the guy that gave it to him. I told you that you came to this job because of stomach infrastructure. Because you saw that Atiku could not do the payment again. You have to switch over. And now the words you used to condemn this same person, you are not trying to explain. You go explain, tire. At the end of the day, you will not be so stupid in your explanation. Look at what happened to the Edo State part of this whatever. If you condemn Obaseki, the guy will call you and give you something to come and do. There's one guy in Texas called Amigo in Edo. He's not the one showing Okpebolo's road that he's constructing, all because he condemns Obaseki. You see the pattern they are all playing. They're all stupid. They're all messing around us because if you say bad against your opponent, you are giving a position. This guy is in Mexico now as an ambassador because he tackled Obi. What's his name? Reno Mokri, the FFK, all of them. That's the people he surrounds himself with are all people with questionable character. And you expect that government to perform? You expect us to get dividend of democracy? Oh, we kind of jokers, man. Thank you.
All right, Obi, thank you so much. Dexter, we're back to you. Let's hear you on the famous interview. Now, remember, hold on. That interview was only 49 minutes, and he was able to achieve this. And we spent 4 hours here, and we don't make, we don't break the news. Go ahead, Dexter, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. So, like I was saying, first of all, I think Daniel Bwala just showed off us Nigeria, and if that is the person that speaks for the president, it kind of gives people the moral compass of the kind of country we operate. And imagine the quoting him, and he's saying, "I didn't say that," and he said, "You said this," and so it just like we are a bunch of jokers. Now, on the other side, we should be worried because if Daniel Bwala is supposed to be like one of the bright minds, he's doing a PhD in UK of Nigeria, then it shows you how backward. That's why I've been saying the next generation. Imagine that people are listening to Daniel Bwala as the presidential spokesman, a young child, and that is his performance. It is to tell you that if we come and say we want to do catch up with the West, then we have to be intentional about our educational system. Because it's clear. Look, even the Rufai Oseni that we are proud of, because he's objective, especially on local matters that relate to Nigeria, he's a little bit uncut, and he's too proud to accept. I like him, but we have to accept that he's brash. He doesn't have the finesse to get conversations going. You understand? It's as if he's fighting. When he had the interview I listened to that interview live with the Israeli ambassador. It was very rude. And the way the Israeli ambassador took it showed professionalism. I'm sure he was wondering, because it seems like he has been so trained in Nigeria where he has to be fighting with the politicians. And then he's having a conversation with this guy. And then he said, "Let me speak. Don't shut me up." That's so unrefined. That as much as we like his objective questions, but that was so unrefined. And his journalism is more about opinions. You could see the interview with Daniel Bwala. This guy was bringing out facts and was not trying to impose his idea. And that's the problem where we are a little bit backward in the Nigerian journalism system, where it is more or less the journalists supposed to impose their own idea, impose their own viewpoints, impose their own bias. So imagine an algorithm written by a Nigerian journalist like this Leke platform. You will find that it has so much bias. We want to use the Western system, the Chinese system, like OpenAI, DeepSeek, Claude AI. You can even Grok. You can see minimal bias, and even the minimal one, we'll call it out. But imagine an AI written by a Nigerian, it will be so biased, and it shows that our whole educational system is really bad. It's in shambles. And I think it calls for us to start taking positive actions, because the truth about it is, if we allow the politicians to drive the narrative, Nigeria is only going to go bad because it's only to their benefits. They don't really care. What Daniel Bwala showed in that interview was that he was only there about for his stomach. He doesn't, and I think he kind of said it, that it is national interest and personal interest. So we don't really care about how the country is structured, but what we want is just we just want our personal interest. So if people who have gone out, the truth about it is that things will not get better until good men stand up, people that are good and who have a sane mind. And it's not to come and be talking behind the scene. I think there's one thing that happened. So if you follow the Iranian system, there's something about revolutions. Many people that push for revolution don't know what to do after the revolution. They don't have any structure of good leadership. Look at it in Afghanistan. In Iran, when they brought revolution, after it, what did they do? They took away women's rights. They stopped men from going to schools. They started making them put on headscarves. So if good men don't stand up to take positions of leadership, then what happened in 1999 will keep happening to Nigeria, whereby criminals will get into power. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dexter. You still have about 12 minutes. I wanted to ask you if Daniel, are you saying that Daniel is the best that we have in the country? Because you were saying that it reflected, the perception you were giving was that was a reflection of Nigerians. But remember that they picked, not we, the government picked him. It doesn't mean that he is the best at the country. You could have been in that position. Will you perform that way?
So, Dr. Damages, what you're saying is objectively correct. But subjectively, when you look at it, like when you look at Marco Rubio, of course you have to believe that when you are picking the presidency, the toughest position in the land is picking people to represent it. He has to be picking among the 95 percentile. Of course, he has to be picking among the 95 percentile. Where you have that your standard deviation. If you understand your standard deviation, that is where of the standard deviation where you have the 5% that are among the best. You pick from there. Now, it is a country that is mediocre that will be picking from people at 25%. And then if your decision of your highest authority is to pick from the worst of the worst, then that shows the moral compass of your country. So any which way we spin it, we're going to fall on the wrong side of it. Because the presidential spokesman has shown that he's inept, he's a liar, he doesn't have any moral compass. Then that is the person that's presented to the international. Even Jonathan was better. Even Jonathan, that was not very coherent, was better. Even Buhari had an interview with this guy, was better. So it shows that we're just going down, and we must accept it. If Daniel Bola is the person speaking to the world, anyhow he performs, look, imagine if it was Charles Anyegolo that was speaking there and he did a good job. Would all of us come and claim him? We will all claim him. Right. He's British, but we claim him.
All right.
So take the bad parts. So thank you.
Okay. KJ.
Yeah.
You're a journalist and your profession has been totally embarrassed.
No. We were not embarrassed at all.
So people wrote, I told you people wrote. You want me to read another one from people saying that you guys, this is how to
No. The person have not followed Nigerian journalism. And you see what this guy did to Daniel Bwala, the result of what we are seeing is people who do not like the truth. You see, even for him, Bwala to remember what he had said in previously was a problem to him, and which I found very, very, was it frightening? Was it that he was not himself? Because you quoted this, you spoke about these things. The person is telling you that this is, first and foremost, let me say something, just try to look at the thing going on without bias. The first time you said this, you said no, you didn't say it. He read it out for you. The second time you said no, you didn't say, he read it out for you. Wouldn't common sense let you know that the next time he's going to say something and you keep quiet? Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's rather that he was frightened because there are people in the stage, and so he became, because I think after a while I thought maybe the guy lost, he didn't have anything to say, it was more frightened, jittery, that's the right word. He became very jittery. Okay, so he was no longer being able to be himself. But I disagree totally with so partly with Desta. It's not a disgrace on Nigeria. These are people, individuals who are working for themselves. He's answering for them. It's not Nigerians that are answering. And then that also leads me to the question of Michael Rubio is the Secretary of State in America. Imagine him sitting across with George Akume. What do you think will happen? It's going to be bloodbath. Okay? Because these guys think at their fingertips. It's like we don't have people like that in Nigeria. We have. But the worst of us is the ones they put in front of us. And Daniel Bwala, who is very articulate, have joined a group that he can no longer be able to defend with clear conscience. That's the truth. So you are looking for how to be able to embellish the lies or embellish the truth by bringing lies, trying to make it look as if, and you have been dealing with the Nigerian media where you can shut them down. Yes, you can shut Kere down because who am I after all? I'm just a simple journalist asking you stupid questions, just like Alex Oti said. Okay? So, but you are supposed to be able to answer to those stupid questions. So, because they have been operating in a system where they oversee themselves as better than the journalists, they take that stupidity to outside, and these people watch them and put them. It's not the first. I mean, Daniel Bwala just won. The Minister of External Foreign Affairs. He suffered the same plight under Piers Morgan. Okay, he couldn't answer because these people are not ready to swallow your lies, and they have a lot of facts at their hands. Look, this guy has a team. They will research you, Daniel Bwala. They researched you from the time you left PDP to all the time you spent in this man's camp. They researched everything you have, and he only picked just a few of those questions from what you said. Just from what you said, he was just responding to what you said, and I agree with the guy who spoke earlier on. That's Mr. James. One of the things I see, if I love Oseni, okay, but watching that in the Israeli interview, Israeli ambassador interview, you see that he was a bit more what do you call it now? Combative than normal as a normal journalist, because there's a particular disposition that you have to have. Even it's not a personal fight. When you ask a question and the person not coming out with it, you don't have to put it to the person. I put it to you like this thing. No, you already know you have made your salient point. You see, this guy didn't push Daniel Bwala to accept that. No, this is what you said. You must agree. This is what you said. He just said it saliently and leave it. Okay. And the man almost finished the bottle of water. The water they have in that studio before the interview ended. So what I'm simply saying is this: we do not have to go into battle. And yes, he is representing Ahmed Tinubu. He's not representing Nigerians. And yes, many of those people deal with Nigerians on a daily basis, and they know that we are not a pushover. And so when you see one person who is trying to lie, and they also know that Daniel Bwala is not a pushover, but now he's trying to defend something that is not defensible. How you want to defend it when they show you figures, facts and figures? Okay, you can say that to Nigerian media. Oh, the country is getting better, the economy is getting better, the security is getting better. They have the facts. They were quoting for you. You say no, that's not correct. They quoted for you your own government numbers. Okay, so it is sort we should learn. I mean, I pity the government of Nigeria much more than I pity Daniel Bwala, because Daniel Bwala is trying to do a good job when it's not possible to do a good job. There's nothing you can hold to do that good job. Okay, there's nothing you can hold to do the good job. Every figure is bad. So what is going to do? The only thing you can do is to, if it was me in that, because after a while I tell pity, I say, okay, if I was the one KJ, what will you do? I'll simply be waiting for him. Whenever I say, yes, actually that's how it is. We are working on these things. We know that is the best approach. But he chose to go head to head and try to defend what is not defensible. These guys make their research. They make, and look, if they are going to interview Rudolph now, they may even start talking about his primary school days. What are the things, if he had a fight with his teacher, and then they infer from there to whatever they're trying to drive at. They don't just stand up and begin to. And I'm saying in rounding up, it is not IPOB that educated the guy on what to ask. Okay, IPOB didn't go and tell Mehdi what questions to ask Daniel Bwala. So let him leave IPOB alone. IPOB can be left alone. They are not. Everything bad in Nigeria is not IPOB. Okay, so simply trying to say it is We didn't ask people. They didn't send any this thing. It was just a question they were asking.
Wait, did IPOB come up in the interview?
Oh yeah, they said, it says somewhere that it was IPOB something. I think that the genocide something was it was IPOB, you know, that gave that information, that coined the thing, you know, Christian genocide, which is not true. We all know it's not true. Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, KJ. Comparable Facts, welcome to the show.
Greeting, everybody.
Yeah, how are you?
Oh, very good. How are you, Dr. Damage? Yeah, it was an interesting debate yesterday. I mean, I watched the whole thing, and a friend of mine actually called me while it was going on live to come and see what's going on here. And I watched the whole debate. I listened to the audience. I listened to their body movement and everything. I mean, it's strictly my opinion. Okay, the whole thing was disservice to the country of Nigeria. Let me go, because the interview lacks integrity. There's no integrity. We already know how Nigerian politicians do, because they don't have any doctrine. They can move from one party to one party. But at least when you come there, what he should have done, acknowledge the past, be very honest about it. Maybe pivot to the current government, the achievement. Stay calm. But he didn't stay calm. He was totally embarrassed by, Hassan. I believe everybody knows Hassan here. When he debates you, I've never seen where he lost a debate. I've been watching him, particularly this present dispensation. He has been on TV or YouTube anytime. He debates you. He comes there with empirical fact, empirical data. He challenge you. There's no way, there's no way he's not going to present the fact to you. And what Daniel Bwala, I don't know what was wrong with him. He's supposed to be prepared, because he was given earlier, what the interview is going to be. And he just came there and messed up. He think he was in a right TV or Nigerian press, where he can push the move or something like that. This is an international platform. Hassan is well reputed for having tough interview and everything with empirical fact. But the bottom line is that I was watching it. I said, I don't even know what to do. Even the three people that that they call in the audience, although one of them was APC man, but the other lady and the journalist, they repeated the fact, to support Hassan, opinion, what he was saying. But in a nutshell, everything, I don't want to repeat everything that he said, which everybody has watched it, and I believe it was a disservice to Nigeria. In my own opinion, he should have been fired, because if you look at what happened in what happened in the United States, Christy was fired because he went to the Congress, and messed up, and she was fired the next day. Anyway, to conclude, I don't know if anybody saw. I don't mean to change the subject, but this is what I witnessed when Trump was talking about he's going to choose the next president of Iran. There's about 4 hats there. One of them make America great. The other one make Venezuela great. The other one make Iran great. 5. The next one make Cuba great. They make Nigeria great. The hat was there. You go look at the background. So I don't really know what that means when it comes to Nigeria. Because of the 5 hats, they make them great. So Nigeria included is one of the 5 nations with a red hat behind him. I don't know what that's supposed to mean to Nigeria, but anyway, we see what happened.
All right, thank you, Comparable Facts. Jefferson, welcome. So we're talking about Daniel and his performance. What he said there.
Yeah, thanks for having me again. So I want to correct some notions first about the previous user before I get to the topic real quick. Please, everything is not about your qualifications. So I'll make mention of studied animal science, and so what? Anybody can be anything they want to be in this world if they put their mind to it. I've literally seen engineers change disciplines. Engineers become financial analysts. Doctors become lawyers, and vice versa. So please, bringing what people studied is inconsequential. I think that is one of the things that is affecting our brain in Nigeria. So please, that should be out of the book. Now, regarding to Daniel's performance, he embarrassed Nigeria point blank. And let me tell you why. In Nigeria, when we are doing journalism, the journalism is always skewed towards the narrative of the government. And that has always been from time immemorial. You see, When, if you notice, when the current administration goes to maybe TVC and channels, they always want to bring the news to channel to smooth their ego, right? They want to smooth their ego. But of course, when they go to arrive, they face a little resistance. It's only Ruben who tries as much as possible to be a little diplomatic, you know. So he failed woefully. When he engaged that guy, Mehdi, I just checked his bio. Mehdi is going to be, maybe he's 36 this year. Of course, when you are trained in an environment that thinks about your future, you will be articulated and think right. Well, we still thank God for, even with all the challenges, we are still getting into we are still getting ourselves back. That interview actually exposed all the narrative. And we thank God it was not just a one-on-one interview. Assuming it was a one-on-one interview, that guy will have gotten with a lot of carnage. I was happy also that they were able to ask questions in the background. And they asked Nigerians the hardcore questions and they threw it in their face. And when they threw it in their face, they were confused. At the point when Daniel was losing steam, the other APC guy was now saying that somebody wants to sabotage. Nobody is sabotaging nothing. If you have something to offer, you don't need to beg people. People will join the party for free. If the government is doing what they're supposed to do, people join the party for free. The economy is getting worse. If you look at the level of inflation, the number of cars people used to buy during Jonathan OBJ's time is not the same number of cars you can buy today, because volume has sharply reduced. Even people in dealership can tell you that they cannot be able to handle volumes. Now, as regarding the issue of Rufai and that Israeli guy, I feel Rufai was trying to be overzealous about things, because that interview, when he was asking questions to the Israeli, he was making it look like as if the guy doesn't know that the Israelis were just trying to kill people. That's what they do, but that's not the fact. There have been timelines of strategic what they call it terrorism that have been happening. So at the end of the day, when he was just trying to score political points about something he has no idea about. That's my own opinion about the whole thing. So let me conclude. The issue of Bwala, he just, as far as I'm concerned, he actually embarrassed Nigerians. And it's not a slap on Nigerian journalism per se, because there are still some journalists in Nigeria that want to do it right. They want to do it right. Unfortunately, they are facing a lot of resistance, you know. And of course, you can always say the way you want, because the current administration always want to come for you when you want to have your own viewpoint. My own take about the whole thing that Nigeria government need to see now that although their hypocrisy is not going to stand the test of time, let them do what they are supposed to do as a government, protect life and property. Because people are living in terror in Nigeria, and things need to take a proper directory. This is not time for APC, PDP, or whatever. Do what they are supposed to do as an administration. Do what they are supposed to do by the people. And let us see drastic changes. I rest my case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. Let's go to Ike. Ike, are you there? Ike, can you hear me? You're muted. Can you unmute yourself? All right.
Can somebody go? I'll be with you in the next 7 minutes.
All right. Tony, you're next.
Yeah, thank you once again. Someone told me, I don't know if it's true, that when Bwala stood from his chair, it was completely wet. Maybe a suggestion that he peed on his body.
Tony, don't come here with that propaganda.
Because Mehdi was brutal in his in the way he went about questioning Daniel Bwala, and like I said before, his performance was disgraceful. There was an opportunity free of charge where you didn't need to spend $9 million or 150 every month for you to put your case before the world. This is not a news media from CNN or whatever. This is Al Jazeera. And the interviewer is not is a Muslim, if you like. Pardon me to say that. And then those who you also have around you there, the three people that constantly were called to comment, were all Yorubas. So there was an APC representative there. So that platform should have been very, very comfortable for Bwala to, rant and say whatever he wanted to say. But obviously, his performance was below par, and I agree with the lady who scored him 1/10. In fact, that lady was very generous, because for me, I think I'll give him 0, F9 completely. But that said, let's leave it there. By now, if you had a government that is responsible, they would be waving bye-bye to him to say, well, you've done well, go. Because he didn't, he completely disgraced himself and his nation and his party and so on and so forth. Even though it's a hard sell, it's hard for him to be hard for him to sell APC or sell the government. But he messed it up, So, but that said, there's also another issue that I think we didn't look at. When we had the finance ministry come before the House of Rep to defend their budget for 2026, their budget profile for 2026, we also had another similar drilling by Mascot Ikweche, who drilled the minister, Mr. Edu, over some missing fund, 1.15 trillion. That's unaccounted for. Going back to 2023, 2025, 2024, 2025 budget that were not spent. And so it was asking, you're coming before us with the 2026 budget proposal profile. What about all these other monies that were, approved and you didn't spend? And the minister couldn't answer. I passed the buck over to his deputy Doris, and she tried and blood, and couldn't answer. But the point here was that as soon as they had to postpone it, till the next day. And then the drilling continued. But the funny thing that happened was that Mascot was invited to Abuja, where he was invited to Abuja, where he...
No, to the villa, not Abuja, to the villa.
Yeah, to the villa, to Aso Rock, where we understand that after the discussion, I don't know, only God knows what happened if they cautioned him. He came back and he had changed his party. And then the Minister for State was immediately moved from her position in the finance ministry to the budget ministry. So it's the scene again, somehow looked like that of Bwala. And I just shake my head for Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. Let's go to Forefathers.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. The interview. I don't know how many people that will come out of a Mehdi Hasan interview smelling of roses, but what I saw yesterday was, it's like somebody that is not self-aware. The fact that he knew about Mehdi Hasan and still went there trying to defend the indefensible. I think it comes out of muscle memory. He's used to doing that in Nigeria. He thought he could get away with it with Mehdi Hasan. All he could have said was, oh, I have different facts now. Things have changed. And, he tried to do that a few times, but other time he just dug in and said he never said such thing, even when it's factually correct that he did. And which is a shame, because he's supposed to be representing Nigeria, because at that point, the shame he's bringing onto himself is also onto Nigeria, because he's a representative of the country. And we don't look good. I think this year and in the last 3 months, Nigeria has not looked good at all. From ISO speed to so many other things internationally, we have looked really, really poor. Even our music industry is not exactly vibrant right now. Everything seems to be crawling to a halt. The only good news we see in that country is what Dangote is doing so far. Most of the bragging rights that the government has is just due to the fact that Dangote refinery exists there. Take that out of the equation, everything is so dismal. And the performance you see from our officials is just, I don't understand how, when you look at the way he's performing, these are the kind of people that run the country. They don't have self-awareness, especially when they're talking to him about national security issues. Well, like, we are doing our best. We are doing something. It's a world problem. You are doing your best. That's very shocking, because I know that he has not even done anything close to his best for the national security challenges that we face in the country. And I also like the interview that I saw of El-Rufai did against the Israeli official. I don't know why some people are panning it. Some Nigerians, they might be our biggest Achilles heel in this country, because if you look at some of these countries that are Western countries, they always look for the weakest point to attack a country. Like the first time they came to colonize us, the whole country was compromised. The Yorubas, everybody was fighting each other and helping them. But this time, we know the people that are often ready to work with foreigners to damage that country, and that is a dangerous thing to do. Because if you think you are helping them to help yourself, you are not. You are actually making sure your people never become free. We really need to stop this mentality of, oh, because I like this guy, because somehow a book told me so, and everything. You watch the person being responsible for 20,000 loss of life of children, and you act as if it's nothing. And when they asked the Israeli official about 160 children, immediately the war started. 160 children immediately gone, and it never happened again. When they asked him about that, some people get upset. Why are you asking him about such questions? Because the Iranians are evil. That is your excuse. You don't have any morality. What if it was you that it happened to tomorrow? We can't. This world has gone so far because of this. Our people, for that matter, they never care about what is actually good. Period. They care about which side I'm on. And if we play this game that we keep playing, I think it's come to a point now. The judgment is not even only national; it's global. We are in that state now where that kind of mindset is going to kill us all. It's not only going to kill Nigeria; it's going to kill everybody else, because that is what is happening in the world now. Everybody is trying to take their own position. Nobody is saying, okay, what is actually better for the interest of the whole world? And I heard Candice Owen say something I find very poignant, because I've always thought in that direction. She said something about what America is doing with Israel is actually damaging the prospect. Is actually damaging the American empire. That thing is not a flippant statement. What she said there, because I believe that the American empire would have lasted 600 years or more if only they maintain what they call the rule-based order. But they are the ones dismantling it because of that small entity. They are dismantling themselves because of it. Do you know how many vetoes and this in UN laws that America is the one that created the UN, basically, that America has violated because of that small entity? And that is what I find very, very poignant, that she made that point, that America is being destroyed because of one country. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ike, you are next. After you, we take a quick break, and then we will finish up with Oti, Ife, and Imperial Apologists. Go ahead.
Dr. Damages, I think most of my brothers have spoken much about it, but the only thing I shared my intro about what the young man did outside, it is very difficult for anybody, any sincere and honest Nigerian, to defend this government, this illegitimate government, and some people who you looked at to be people who are supposed to know their onions in the affairs of government. They are the people who go to the public to, undress themselves before the public, shamelessly, undress themselves before the public. When the journalist was telling him, I saw you were researching me, or were you dancing, were you playing music, but I saw you researching me, It's not like what Dr. Damages, what he first showed, his comment, with Piers Morgan, automatically the journalist is not a stranger to him. He knows the man. He knows his capacity. He knows his capability. He knows his intellectuals. He knows his very way of asking questions. So he didn't just wake up that day of the interview and they told him, "I'm having an interview with you." He was given a long time, to prepare for himself to go to the public, to speak on behalf of Mr. Tinubu at Asorok, in the name of Nigeria, So I mean, like I told you, I was with a friend, a Jamaican, and he was listening, and I was telling me, if this is the way your government has reduced itself to this level, that this man is speaking to a government, I mean, what are you teaching to other bigger countries? Because Nigeria, we see Nigeria as a Jamaican, I see Nigeria as my country because my generations come from Nigeria. But what is going on in this your so-called country right now is unbelievable. So this is what it is for you when you come across people who know you to be a Nigerian. Look at what Mr. Obe said. He went to buy something in a shop and he brought his MasterCard. The man said, "No, I'm going to collect cash," because he's a Nigerian. Can you just imagine that? Can you imagine the stigma? Can you imagine what Nigerians go through because of these people that you have over there? So it's a shame because somebody mentioned Ronnie Omagari has been compensated going to Mexico so that he will become he will not be to run in the drug rings for him, because he was the same Ronnie Omagari who was saying that this man was a drug lord. We were playing the video every time. So now he has given him that position to go and run that affair for me over there in Mexico. So at the end of the day, like I said in my intro, anyone, whether you're in this platform or you're outside this platform, and you are indirectly or directly supporting this government, collecting some crumb from their table that falls from their table, the punishment you and your generation is going to face for what is going on in Nigeria today. I'm not the person who is going to tell you what is going to come after you. But for every seed that you have sowed, all in the name of your selfish personal gain, when you see what this country has turned itself to, I wish you the best of luck. God bless you.
All right, thank you. We take a quick break, 3 minutes. When we come back, we go to Oti, we go to Ife, and Tim with the final. Let's watch Owens on Piers Morgan.
Wants a regime change in Iran is because Bibi Netanyahu is demanding it. And we also are completely done with the idea that, with this decades-long idea that we're doing it to spread democracy because we believe in international liberalism. There was no imminent threat to the United States when Trump made this decision to do what Bibi wanted. And I want to be clear here. This was not Trump's decision. It was Bibi Netanyahu's decision. And that is the reason that he did it. And we're very aware that Israel is dictating our foreign policy, and we would now like that to stop.
Okay, but you wouldn't disagree, presumably, that Iran has been the main sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East through the Houthis, through Hezbollah, through Hamas. I mean, that's widely accepted and recognized. They've done
Things widely accepted. Now, that's just kind of...
Really? You don't think they have?
Has been a terrorist state. Okay, Israel right now is imparting a genocide and a Holocaust on the Gazan people. So I'm really over this idea like somehow Israel has the moral high ground and we have to get behind them.
I didn't say
because
that.
we got to go after the bad guys. So it's rich to me that people are concerned about Iran having nukes. But I'm concerned about Israel, who won't even admit that they have nukes, having nukes, while at the same time they are executing a genocide and a Holocaust in Gaza that the world is watching. So who's the bigger terrorist is the question.
But when the leader of Iran says death to America, why doesn't that concern you?
Why are they chanting death to America? Maybe it has something to do with just like killing 1 million Iraqi civilians, okay, because Bibi Netanyahu on a congressional stage and said there are weapons of mass destruction, and we took that to the bank and there actually were no weapons of mass destruction, so we just killed 1 million. It could have something, I could be crazy, it could have something to do with our actions in the Middle East. We know that Bibi Netanyahu funded the Al-Qaeda adjacent front because he wanted to overthrow Syria. Bibi Netanyahu funded Hamas. There's footage of Bibi Netanyahu saying this stuff on camera. So it's just so ridiculous to me to pretend that they're in some predicament, that they may be eradicated soon, which is why they have to keep funding all of these terrorist groups and then pretending that they're victims of terror, when in fact they are people that are imparting it worldwide. Okay? And again, these never-ending wars in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. Bibi Netanyahu is the one that called for Americans to invade Iraq, Libya, Syria, Afghanistan, and now Iran, and we've done it. And we're done with the BS of, okay, well, they weren't really involved, Israel, in Afghanistan, because even when we fight those never-ending wars, Israel wins. Everybody knows that our boys were out there in Afghanistan guarding poppy fields, okay? And do you know what happened after we allegedly, quote unquote, lost in Afghanistan? What happened to all those poppy fields, those poppy flowers that our military was guarding? Well, the opioid crisis hit America via the Sackler family, who quite literally built the School of Medicine at Tel Aviv University. So we're just done, okay? And there's no way that we're going to go backwards. We're not going to allow you guys to emotionally condition us to go, oh, well, we got to protect Israel because of the Holocaust. It is over. They're imparting a Holocaust. America would like off this crazy train.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. We are discussing issues in the news, and we have the interview of Daniel Bwala, who had an interesting conversation with Hassan, and it has been in the news and it's been trending, and we wanted to hear what you have to say. We have 3 more people to weigh in before we move to a different topic. Oti, you are next. Go ahead, Oti. No, we can't hear you. All right, so we skip you. I think Ify, you are next on the line. Let's hear Ify. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I took my time to listen to this interview last night. Actually, I went to bed late last night. And I felt like hiding under the table. The truth of the matter is that this is the reality of what is going on in Nigeria. Fact is fact. There is no way around it in terms of politics. This is exactly who Daniel Bwala is right from the beginning. He's just jumping from one administration to another, just, full selfish interest. Imagine if Rufai was the one that conducted this interview with him. Trust me, it would be a shouting match. One thing or the other, he might walk away just because that's Rufai. But with Mehdi, he couldn't do anything. He has to stay there from the beginning till the end. Everything he asked him, he couldn't answer it. He couldn't even defend any of the questions. The only place I blame Mehdi a little bit is that I was like, show him on television, show him on, where he made those statements so that he will look more stupid. I was expecting him to be like, okay, hold on, who is this? Is it not you that made this statement? I was waiting for him to be flipping the camera to be showing him that, but that never happened. That's Bwala for you. He doesn't care about it, whatever they tell him to do. But one thing I guarantee you that's likely going to happen is that, you see Bwala and Reno Omokri, if Tinubu wins the next election, it's likely he's going to kick them out. I see that likelihood is going to happen. I think Reno Omokri might have done a better job than Bwala, to be honest with you, if you know Reno very well, but they are of the same caliber. And I'm glad, like my brother said, that they sent him to Mexico so that he'll be able to fight the cartel for. If you also have taken your time to, let me go back a little bit, the interview that, a debate between Sheilo and Idris. If you get a chance, go and listen to that interview. Let me tell you something. Anybody that is supporting APC, there is something mentally wrong with the person. How can Sheilo come out to say that Nigeria is safer, even though he came back a few days later to apologize about that statement? Look at what is happening in Nigeria. It's like we don't even have government, honestly speaking. Nobody's saying anything about what is happening. Look at the young guy, the copper guy. We don't know the state of, the situation of that guy. He didn't do anything wrong other than he's going to work and he was caught with another female. The family paid 10 million naira and they did not release the guy. They were asking for 3 motorcycles and extra 3 million. This is the country we find ourselves in. And people are still supporting this government. If it is like this and we're not saying anything, only God knows what is going to happen if Tinubu wins the next election. We will never have a country. So for the youths out there, please, for people who still believe in election, for people who still believe that there is democracy, because left for me alone, honestly, at this point, I don't think we have one. I haven't seen anybody from this administration, even Reno Mokri was with Sheyi Tinubu. Sheyi was standing there like a fool, looking at him, where he was defending that Nigeria is safer today than tomorrow. Tinubu, Reno Mokri's family, they don't live in Nigeria. They live here in America. Sheyi's family, they have access to go to any part of the world they want to go. Most of these people, their family, they don't live here. Sheyi Law, his family lives in London. So for somebody whose family doesn't live here in Nigeria to come and defend APC, just know that there is something fundamentally wrong with the person and the way they think. Honestly. In terms of what is going on back in the country, we saw the church that was burned down. We saw how many, I think about 100 women or girls were kidnapped. What are we doing about it? These are somebody's children, mother, grandmother, aunties, cousins, sisters. And every day we come here and talk about the same thing. Sometimes I just feel like, this is just pure waste of time when you don't have your, your leaders at least condemn what is happening. But everybody go their different ways. Instead, we are fighting over money in the National Assembly. We are dragging Dave Umahi. Everybody's doing anything they want to do. There is no law in that country. I don't know what else to say, honestly speaking, but here we are. This is our country. We will see what is going to happen in 2027. But if you think that this today, as I'm talking to you, is worse, wait till Tinubu reclaim the election in 2027. Then we will hear what is called the second part.
All right, thank you, Ife. For those watching us, please like, share, subscribe. If you can support us, please do so. We appreciate you. Okay, Oti, you are next. But let me just correct one point. It came up several times in conversations. The reason probably why they don't play the videos of people talking is copyright issues. So international media, they have to care about the right to do that. That's why. Yeah. All right, Oti, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. You can hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, before I start, Rudolph, let me ask. I've paid tithe. I just to your PayPal account. Is there? Have you received? Is there any?
Okay. So there is somebody. I don't know I don't want to say the name on air. In fact, because the person. So I'll talk to you. I'll send you my confirm that it's you. Then I'll be able to mention that.
Okay. What is my name? I don't have
Oh, it's the same. No. Is it today?
No, not today. One was last year, and then also kind of maybe some couple of days back.
We should.
But anyway,
there's somebody I'm trying to find out who that person is. So it's not the same name. I'll talk to you. Okay.
Okay. So anyway, yes, the Mr. Bwala affair. All I can say is really is a matter of a shameless character representing a shameless administration. I mean, really, what is more to say about that? So that's but for me, it's I'm much more interested in the kind of the media, the press. As let me remind us that the media, the press is often referred to as the fourth estate of the realm. But I've come to view the position of the press. I mean, even to think that they should occupy number one, because if you think about public life, this thing we call democracy, the public sphere, is the press that sets the tone. That kind of public consciousness, knowledge and truth and all that. This really is much more important than what anybody member of the executive or the judiciary or the legislature can do. Because without we having members of the public having information, really we wouldn't know anything. So I think the job of the press, the media, we should perhaps begin to take it a little bit more seriously. Because really they do an awfully important job. And when they are failing, just as Nigeria, we can see where we find ourselves. Some people, have said that is the the legal profession, the lawyers who kind of have put Nigeria to the situation it finds itself now. In other words, the corruption, the impunity, and everything is the responsibility of the judiciary. The legal profession, perhaps. The media might actually be the one to blame most, and then after that, maybe the lawyers. So now this brings me to what we do here. I do understand Rudolph has his tie, has his it's just my wish, my desire. I'm not saying that he's gonna do that, but if you ask me, I would ask him to be less genteel and kind of be more challenge people, because really most people's opinions are not worth anything, including mine. So people coming here to just express opinion, say all sorts of things, is of no use to anybody. So let's have a bit more, if contestation, challenge. People can just come up and then say things, by way of expressing opinion. Have your say. What you say, the say you have it. What is the value of it? So that's just the way I look at it. And again, because we've often been wondering what can we do apart from just talking. This thing about the media. Is this something we can perhaps, as concerned Nigerians, see how we can help develop and promote, because it's quite vital in our public life, in anything we do as a people, as a country, as a nation, because opinions have to be formed. The narrative, the knowledge dissemination, truth seeking, and truth telling. It's all the job of journalists, those trained to carry out this function. So it's quite important. That's all I have to say on that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oti, can you check your private message and let's chat.
Okay.
Chim, the Imperial Apologist. Welcome.
Good morning, Rudolph. How are you doing?
Good.
All right. So, Rudolph, you've really moved up. I don't know. You now take tights. You're a tight taker. That's interesting. Please show me the way. I need to start doing this too. Anyways, that was just by the side. I think it's a nice conversation we're having. People have different opinions about it. So Tugo went to Piers Morgan. He fell flat. Now we have Daniel Bwala has gone also. By the way, I sent you a video of the kind of thing that Ify was asking for. So you might even want to play it. Somebody has put a compendium of all those things.
I played it already.
Oh, Mehdi asked him and then they will show his video. Okay. So, but it just goes to speak to what that young man, the Adeoye or so, the guy who was the journalist said. There's no ideology in Nigerian politics. After all of us here, not many of us here really do have ideologies. We don't really stand on anything that we can defend and die for. And that's why Nigeria is in the position where it is. Because, when people do not necessarily stand for anything, then there's just this fluid process. People jump from APC to PDP, from PDP to ABGA, and all those kinds of things. I've always wondered, why do people do those things? And then secondly, I don't know why anybody is surprised that Daniel Bwala will perform that horribly. If you ask me, that was an easy interview we had. I'm listening, Mehdi is hard. That was an easy interview. He didn't need to go and lie. The average Nigerian, note my words, I didn't say the average Nigerian politician, the average Nigerian thinks that if he did not have a shoe yesterday, it's a sin to say he did not have a shoe yesterday. Our minister says his father used to be a GM of a company to prove why he now rides a Maybach. He was trying to prove why he can ride an expensive car, and he's lying. If your father is a trader, say your father is a traitor. Don't come to publicity and lie. But Nigerians like to create a make-believe situation. We want everybody. That's why, you know, we just want this whole tendency of trying to lie. And unfortunately for you, that's not the way the world works. You're part of this world where people have to tell the truth. There have been people who have defended their bad governments by still owning up to what is going on. I recently watched an old Iranian interview where they were asking this guy about the Ayatollah uncle. And the man was defending why they were doing the things they were doing. Clearly what they were doing was wrong, but he was defending it. He defended it with his bold chest. Why can't you go there and say, yes, there is crime in Nigeria. Things are not working in Nigeria, but this government is making an effort. Yes, oh, okay, this government is an offshoot of the last one. Yes, we agree. It's a continuum. The last government, remember, had its own policy directives and everything. And even as much as it's the same party, but this one is trying to make a different move. You can see he came in and he removed fuel subsidy, even though I don't agree on that. Why can't you come? Why does the Nigerian think he has to always lie? That's why we change our age. Many of us, and I don't want to start casting fingers, if we go check our international passports and check our this, there's falsehood in it. Constantly lying and falsifying things. And then we are all crucifying Bwala. That's who we are. That's who we are. Bwala is a clear representation of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Jim, don't say that. Don't say that. Bwala is not a reflection of me.
It's not. I did not lie on my passport. I didn't know that they used to lie on passport.
No, Jim, we not agree with that one. Jim, we not agree.
I didn't even know they used to lie.
I remember
I've heard you.
I've
heard you. But the point I'm trying to make is not to cast aspersions. The point I'm making, I'm sure you all understand what I'm saying. We need to be a people that are given to being honest. Even you can go defend your paymaster, but defend him with integrity. You don't need to go there and go and start trying to falsify anything. You know, listen, I'm not surprised. And then now you've been asking physics, people have been answering biology or even sociology and co. A lot of people don't want to stick to the issue. I started now bringing Biafra, bringing P2B, bringing Iran and all those things. Yesterday was not about Iran. The Bwala didn't go to defend Iran. So I'm still struggling to see how this Iranian conversation came in and how P2B came into the conversation and how IPOB. I've heard all sorts of things, and that's why I said that is who we are. We never stick to issues, you know, because I thought Bwala was an honest person. But you know what? It's making sense to me. I think actually he was a mole from APC to PDP. And of course, PDP fell for it back then, brought him in. He probably had even given out information to APC. And when he finished his job, waited a few months, he went back to where he came from. So are you surprised? I'm not surprised. It's the way we deal with issues. I'm happy it was not Rufai that interviewed him because nobody would have stuck to the issues. Mehdi stuck to issues. It was not a debate. For those who have been calling it debate. This was a question and answer session. And the man failed to be able to answer the questions. In fact, he couldn't even own up to his own inadequacies. So hopefully lesson for all of us to know that the world is not going to wait for you. Nobody's going to shift things for you when you go to the world stage. They can shift it for you when you're in Nigeria. But when you get to the world stage, nobody's going to shift it for you. Thanks.
All right, thank you. On this note, we will end the topic, but I just want to round up with just KJ, picking KJ and Paul. Don't ask me why. I think Paul has in-law who is a journalist, and KJ is a journalist. So because I heard from all of you, and what I'm getting is that there is need. People are demanding that Nigerian journalists should do more, do better. KJ talked about researchers. I don't think the problem with channels or with Arise is that they don't have enough researchers that can do research, and that's not the problem. They have interns, they had staff, I'm sure, but it's something else. So what is it, and what do people want? Because when people talk about Rufai Oseni, people always say, you know, that people criticize him. A lot of people. So, and then they go to channels Charles, who are people doing it the traditional standard way, which is, you know, don't be aggressive and ask. People don't like that too. It's not just an issue with Nigeria. In America too, there's that challenge. Where do people go? You look at the standard, the style of CNN, Fox News, and MSNBC. You know, so there is a conversation that is going on. So I'll give two of you two minutes in terms of putting it together. Not what, Chim? You want to talk? No, I just said KJ and Paul. KJ, go ahead. You first.
Okay. Here's what I would say, Rudolph. It's not as if we don't have researchers. I mean, when I wasn't in the mainstream media, but when we do a lot of research. And in fact, like I was telling you back yesterday, I was called here by my former media organization to ask me, a particular politician wanted them to have an interview, and they asked him, why do we need to interview? Because there has to be something we are telling the people. It is an American station. I mean, what are you going to tell us to sell? And he said all kinds of things to them, and they called me to confirm. And I said to them, ask him, did he see Jesus Christ in, if Jesus Christ visited him, that's the only reason why people should be interviewing him. Of course, that was cancelled. Why am I saying that? I'm saying to say, in Nigeria, the media houses have some people who can do certain research, but not as much as these ones that have done this research. Secondly, we are also, some of those channels are biased because, they research according to their owners, what their owner will accept. There are very few, strong head in the media, like Hosseini, like Chamberlain, Chamberlain. I'm not even going to say Shehu, because Shehu only becomes hard when he's the opposition. He does not be that hard when he's talking people from the ruling party. So now, these other two people I've called, and then Charles Anagolo is a very well-sound journalist, but he also sometimes tries to push back, do the devil's advocate for, even when it is the truth being said. And all of them put together avoid you being categorical because they don't want the government to shut them down or fine them. Remember that some of them are fined to pay a certain amount of money if certain things are said in your station which you didn't push back. And now they've introduced a word called allegedly. So once you say allegedly, we water down everything you are saying, because it means that it doesn't matter anymore. Okay, and now also to guard the Nigerian journalists, they put in their law that you can be taken to court if you cannot provide who gave you the information. Rudolph, are you saying now if I go and do a research and you gave me information and I want to publish, then I have to go and tell them that you gave me the information? You see, so these are the things that are holding the Nigerian journalists, even those of them who are very brave, like Benga Aroruba, to say those things on air. They will no longer say, because they don't have money to go to court, they have money to get a lawyer. So it becomes a difficult position for a Nigerian journalist to operate. In this case also, I want to agree partially with Chim. Majority of the people don't want to hear the truth. Because if we are hearing the truth, then we will be doing what the truth is saying. But we prefer, look, let's be factual for once. If we all can support and allow a man who don't even know his parents, who don't know his community, who don't know his classmates from primary to university, who don't know nothing about him, we don't even know if he's a Nigerian, but we all have allowed him to be there. If we can allow our national agency, National Assembly, to put into a law that it's not a crime for you to forge a certificate and be in the office, what else? How then can we now say that what Daniel Bwala did is wrong? He's only acting a script that we have been used to. Unfortunately, he forgot that the arena is a Madison Square Garden, not a Tafa Balogun Stadium in Lagos. That's the only difference. Okay, so basically, it's not the Nigerian journalist problem. We have people like Ray Ekpo, and many more I can call, who did a job that we still praise them today, many years after. It's not because we don't have brave people. Okay, we have brave people. We even have journalists who use their own money to go do research and post those research across the sea for it to be published here in the US. Okay, so we have them. Unfortunately, you guys don't need to. I'm only talking to you now because I'm alive. If I'm not alive, I can't talk to you. So you first of all have to preserve your life. I'm serious. You want to tell me that I want to go and do a story in David Mark's village and Fulanis are coming out to chase me? I ran with all my life. Have I told those story before? No, but I'm not going to say it now. Okay? You run away. You first preserve your life for you to tell a story another day. Okay? As for the government, we love people who are liars. Go look at the ambassadors list. We love people who are liars and we post them to represent us. but they are not the real Nigerians. The real Nigerians are me and you who can call a spade a spade. Thank you so much for your time.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Paul, 2 minutes.
Yeah, doctor, I like the way you put me on the spot. I never that said. Yeah, truth be told, I have an in-law who is a top journalist who won editor of the year 3 times, best newspaper of the year 5 times, one of the leading newspaper in Nigeria. So I'm an insider. Something happened not so long and ever that thing. It really made me laugh because he is in Abuja. And so when they want to interview Tinubu in Lagos, so when they told him that, oh, they booked an hotel for him, he said, I don't really need this hotel because I have a house in Lagos. I'll take the opportunity to even see my son who is in town. And it was funny. You need to see the hotel. 5-star, 5-star. The room was spot on and everything. So when he was bragging, when he said so, the son said, Dad, just give me the hotel. Let me use it to propose for my girlfriend. This is how funny. And you know the funny part, something was going on with that fuel scarcity. I couldn't remember that time. So they postponed the interview for like 2-3 days. Something really happened that period. I don't know. The hotel was just so nice. It was everything. This is how they coined these people for them to enjoy themselves and every other thing, not to ask those tough questions. You know, these are the things that's going on. But however, that is on the soft side. One thing you must understand with our Nigerian journalists, like I said, that aspect in Nigeria is dying and is dying heavily. For example, if you touch a journalist, you understand, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, we come, we fight. We have the Nigerian Union of Journalists. We have the Nigerian Guilds of Editor. We have the Newspaper Proprietors of Nigeria. These people, they fight. They are tough, like the way you have the so-called the lawyers, the way they also fight their own and everything. Go look the NUJ when they are doing their yearly whatever. You see chairman of the day, governor, so, assistant chairman, governor, senator, this. So when you hear all these things, the government sponsor them for everything. Is it the government who sponsor you, who help you, who give you heart that don't make sense? Is it the same government you want to fight? They will starve you and everything. So these are the things. And when government choose to kill those type of institutions, that individual may see himself like government, choose to kill that institution. When you leave power, it comes back to bite you. Look at what Rotimi Amaechi is facing now. You understand? People like them, they killed the institution, but now they are not in government. The same institution now is fighting against them and everything. So instead of us to build strong institutions that will make things work, neither will build strong man like Barack Obama will say. That's my take for now. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. I know that James has to leave, so I will let him speak. But before then, Chim asks for 2 minutes or 1 minute.
Then I'm so sorry. I want to correct one small word. The question that if you answer, I know you already gave Ife the answer. Also, Mehdi Hasan also told Daniel Bwala, wait in the evening and see social media. And that's what we are discussing now. He told him that you're going to trend on social media. He said it and it's happening.
All right. Thank you.
All right, Rudolph, thank you for the time. I just wanted to add, so people have made comparison between what Mehdi did and if it had been on an arise and what's his name? Rufai Hosseini had to be the one interviewing him and all that. I guess the point is everybody has a different style. But I guess the point to underscore, and for Rufai, if he's humble enough to want to learn, is that when you're dealing with government functionaries and dealing with people, especially in a climate like Nigeria, where you know he would have more leeway to want to look for a way out, Rufai needs to learn to take away his emotions. You see, there's a difference when you're a host. You wear the hat of a host. There's a difference when you're a panelist and you have to speak your views. Look at here, you are not, unless someone says something spurious, then you probably come in if you have the facts to correct it. You don't go antagonizing and fighting people. And it's also a lesson for some of us who are here, including me, who often becomes a host. You let the person speak. If you have your facts, if he makes any poo-poo, you go on him with that. That way it becomes clear that you're asking the question and the person is listening. Shehu tries to do that better than Rufai. Rufai wears his emotions on his sleeves, and it ends up giving his guilty guest a leeway to want to squeeze out because they make it look like he's being rude and everything. So that's the point I wanted to make. That's probably the difference between if you go watch when Obasanjo was on Hard Talk by Soccer, you see the way Soccer was putting questions at him, and he lost it. But the man who was asking the question kept his cool and was asking the questions. So those are some of the things I just wanted to bring out. Maybe at least right now, if you ask me, Shehu tries to do it, even though Shehu can be biased, if you ask me. But then, of course, the guy, the older man you mentioned in Arise, what's his name?
Charles
also does that. So I think that's what I just wanted to bring out, nothing more than that.
All right, thank you. James, you want to say something before you leave? I got a message from you.
Not the next topic with the problem in Iran.
Yeah, that's the next topic that we're going into.
Yeah, okay. Let me just say one or two things before I leave.
Okay.
Yes, before that, can you allow me correct an impression? I said that Hussein read animal science. I'm in no way looking down on him because he has demonstrated beyond all reasonable doubt that knowledge has no boundary. The fact that he read animal science and is able to stand his ground in the midst of journalists, people read journalism and mass media, it means that it's a very special job. The fact that some time ago I had cause to contact somebody in the USA, the University of Chicago or so. This man is in Faculty of Law, lecturing law, but he read history, BA history, MA history, and is lecturing law because he's researching the US legal system. You get the point I'm making. So the fact that you read chemistry does not mean that you should not be good at history or whatever discipline. Okay. So I'm not looking down on Hussein Rufai. He's a very special guy, and I have enormous respect for him. This issue of Iran, Nigeria as such, the matter does not concern us as such, but we have quite a lot to learn from it. The Arabs are going through the Russians now to put pressure on Iran to stop bombing them. While Africans in those days were having problems with apartheid in Africa, the whole of Africa, all African countries spoke with one voice, particularly at the United Nations and wherever we find ourselves. We did not in any way connect with the apartheid authority to wreak havoc on the blacks in South Africa. Now, it's true there's a problem in the Middle East, the Palestinian issue. But the Arabs, up to now, I cannot understand the way they're handling the matter since 1948. Now, why should they allow foreign forces to come and establish military bases in their country in such a very tense region? Now, from these military bases, they are launching, they're using it as surveillance points against Iran, and you expect Iran not to fight you. So this is another problem. They should solve it among themselves. For as long as they allow foreigners to interfere in their internal affairs, this problem will continue. There is an African saying here in the Gambia that the quarrel among two brothers does not require the intervention of a village chief. If they have problems there, the Jews and the Arabs and what have you, they should solve it among themselves. Because this matter is affecting the whole wide world as we are speaking right now. Now, as for Nigeria, technically, there's a military base in Nigeria. In Ghana, it is well established that there's a military base. We do not know what the consequences will be in the future. So this is the time for us to learn from what is happening in the Middle East. Now, of course, we cannot eat our cake and have it. There are particular reasons why there's a military base in Nigeria. It's because we are refusing to solve our problems in our own way. This is what gave the Americans the chance to interfere. But if they are prepared to assist in collaborating with us to stamp out this problem of terrorism and wanton killings, so be it. We have to pay a price. So that is just it. The people of the Middle East, they allowed their territories to be used as military bases as a form of protection against Iranian aggression, perceived Iranian aggression. It's just like, anyway, they did it for security reasons. And unfortunately, instead of securing them, it is now insecuring them. There's insecurity in the Middle East because of the heavy presence of military bases here and there in their territory. It has come to be like, anyway, so that is just that. But my little worry is that the missiles they would have used in fighting terrorism in Nigeria, they are wasting it on the Iranians. Instead, they should bring it to Nigeria to fight terrorism for one reason. The terrorists all over the world, in the Middle East, Afghanistan, and wherever it is, they'll be decimated. These guys are looking for a base somewhere in Africa, and the best place for them is Nigeria. So these missiles, they're sending to the Middle East to fight the terrorists. They should bring it to Nigeria to wipe them out of existence once and for all, because the people sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria are not willing to solve this problem. They are not willing. They are conniving with the terrorists, decimating the Nigerian military and creating formidable security problems. To the extent now that we are not thinking of establishing state police. Personally, I'm not in favor of the establishment of state police for reasons I cannot go into right now. So we should please plead with the Americans to spare some of the missiles and drones for Nigeria. Sambisa forest should be swept clean. Wherever there's terrorism in the country, they should bomb them to ash, bomb them back to Stone Age. I really don't care, provided people live in peace and harmony. Almost 500,000 people, if not more, are already dead in Nigeria out of terrorism. And not even one person has been prosecuted and found guilty properly. So what are we really up to? If we don't want the Americans to come, we should solve the problem. But the situation whereby people are making money out of it, and they said the Americans should not come because of sovereignty or whatever it is, to me, is utter nonsense. So thank you very much. I will just stay for about 5 minutes or so. Should anybody have any cause to ask me any questions, I promise to be very, very brief while answering the questions.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. James. We are now switching gear and we are going to talk about Iran and what's happening. So. All right, Maska, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Rudolph. Well done.
Yeah.
You had my belated birthday wishes for last week, but in any case, it's better late than never. So once again, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And as we are on that topic, I need to throw the challenge on all the younger people. One of the bane of us African people or Nigerians now is that somebody like Mr. Rudolph should be on retirement or sabbatical by now. Young people like Jefferson should be the one to carry the gauntlet, but for where still be carrying to still be carrying bucket in the afternoon, so to speak. Shame on you guys, Jefferson. Get angry and carry the gauntlet. Anyway, so yes, Mr. Rudolph. So I would require your guidance. You know, I'd wanted to comment on Bwala, but I would keep my peace.
No. You can mix them up. You know,
there's nothing to say on. There's no need flogging a dead horse. This is a dead horse. So what is there?
Let me ask you, Maska. How are people you talk to in Abuja? How do they see the?
I think I will talk to people about Bwala, not me. And I'm sure most of my friends, if I start talking about Bwala, they will look down on me like, are you now? Have you started drinking? Or have you started smoking? Like, I mean, like most of the things that Mehdi is asking him, that have you said this? We were here in this country when he was saying it. In fact, for me, one of the biggest crimes of somebody like this Daniel Bwala, because of the Muslim ticket, these guys were, this is a northerner. He was very clear that, look, he's not going to go with APC. And he was putting out some stories all over the place. But today he has gone back to the same Muslim ticket. And in my mind, it's like, this is not okay, because when you are raising all these sentiments, there's potential for people to go out on street or lose their lives simply on the account of these things you're saying. Some people would have lifelong enmity with some other people on the account of what you're saying, because they take you to be a serious-minded person. And for all intentions and purpose, you should be a seriously minded person. You are well-traveled. You are a lawyer, for God's sake. So what is the excuse for you to act the way you're acting? It's certainly not ignorance. It's sheer, if you ask me, I think that's sheer evil. To say things that will incite people in your heart of heart when you know you don't even believe in what you're saying. And the worst part is when in international media, people ask you, you even look at their faces, carry a glass of water and say you didn't say it. Like, who are you fooling? But anyway, like I said, like, this is not something, it's not something new. It's not something new. Almost every Nigerian knew that Bwala lied. That is fact. There is nobody that had listened to Bwala before election and listened to Bwala today and take him as an honest person. So I don't think any of my friends will ask me about Bwala.
Okay, let's go to Iran. The U.S. embassy closed in Lagos, in Abuja, and they mentioned that they were afraid of protests from Shiites in Nigeria. What is the state of things about reaction from some Nigerians, and especially those in the northern part?
Okay, so there are two classes of people. Okay, there are still a lot of our people who are in the sentimental realm, where you drink Panadol for somebody's issue, especially people who, in all honesty, they don't see you as their own. For starters, I remember even last week I was giving an example that when people start talking about religion or all these sentimental things, a good example was the African Cup of Nations. I was giving an example. Morocco was a Muslim country, or is a Muslim country. Senegal is predominantly a Muslim country. The question I was asking is, so during that final, were Moroccans treating Senegalese as their peers and their brothers? Was that the sentiment you will come out from watching the events of that African Cup of Nations final? The answer is no. The truth is that we as Black people need to have that understanding. So the first group of people would be sentimental, would go on sentimental lines and think on religious lines and think that because I'm a Shia and Iran is predominantly a Shia country, attack on Iran is an attack on me. The answer is no. For people like me, somebody like me, I really believe that yes, if I side with Iran, it's not going to be because I'm a Muslim, but it's because I think in this instance, Iran is not the aggressor to start with. I'm saying if I would support Iran. So I believe people are divided into two. There are those that feel the sentiment, but I think they are a minority today. They are a significant minority, more so because people are really realizing that, look, the problems here in Nigeria are bigger than all these things. The reality is that all of us that come to this TV and talk, we are not even the suffering Nigerians. The average Nigerian that is truly suffering doesn't have this time to have these conversations, may probably not even be aware of these things. Before, I can tell you that an average Hausa man, you will see him in the morning listening to BBC and all this other stuff. But today, I hardly see people do that. Early in the morning, people are out to struggle for what they will eat. And every day is beginning to be more difficult. It's just a difficult situation. So I think, yes, there are people who will still be sentimentally attached, but especially in Abuja, I don't think the concern is real, because even if the Shiites will protest, I think they have a history of doing a peaceful protest. I've never seen a situation where they go into violent protest. But obviously, you know, these Americans, you people know, as Good Luck would say, America knows everything. So if they close their embassy, I give them the benefit of that. Maybe they know what I don't know. But for me, I go about my business as usual. In fact, one of my friends, I spoke with him this afternoon. He is flying to Saudi Arabia for smaller pilgrimage. I even tried to convince him that why don't you just give it some time. He has insisted that no, he has made up his mind, he's going. And so I'm just saying that look, things are normal for us here.
All right.
Can I ask Mask a question? One.
Of course, I also have a friend that is currently in Qatar, and he's stranded there. So yes, to a large extent, we are still affected in a way, but generally life is okay here. Life is normal.
All right. Comparable facts. Go ahead.
Yeah, Maska, my question to you, you live in Nigeria. Why are they protesting about what's going on in Iran? When the terrorists, hold on. When the terrorists are escalating,
have you seen the protest?
Well, I've seen the little children protesting.
Where?
Somewhere in the north, whether in Kano or whatever.
Where now? You don't even know the town, so let's leave it because there's no way I can comment if you don't give me the town.
You have been obfuscating, instead of answering the question.
No, I'm not. You know why? I don't want to engage. I've told Mr. Rudolph that yes, people will be sentimental because they would think that because I am a Shiite and Iran is Shiite, they probably will feel the sentiment. I've also gone to the extra length to say that as a black person, that may not really be true. But for you to ask me why are they protesting, like you don't even know the town, so I will even know the town. How will I be able to answer your question? You're saying I'm sophisticated. I'm just telling you that it's not. I don't think you should ask that question.
All right, thank you, comparable facts. Forefathers, I want you to join this conversation. Being that you just came back from Nigeria, is there any insight, something you didn't know about Nigeria, especially in issues like this, that you had a new realization as a result of your visit?
When you say issues like what particularly?
We're talking about international relations and reaction to international events, and in Nigeria.
Mr. Rudolph is very tactical and a very diplomatic person. What Rudolph is asking you, and I'll break it down for you. And I know the answer, but let me break it down. What Rudolph is asking you, have you noticed any religious tension or some sort of issues or ethnicity, North and South, something to do with people living together, so to speak? Am I wrong, Mr. Rudolph?
It's a fair description. Yeah.
All right, forefather.
Yeah, that I have noticed every single time I've been to Abuja. But it's not like, I've noticed it, but it's not like it's how do I put it? It's not civil. It is civil, but still is there. Like I mentioned it the last time I was here. I said something to a Muslim in Abuja. There's fasting going on, and they go for breaking the fast. So I saw this young man on the bike. I said, "What are you doing here? Are you an infidel? You are supposed to be doing this." And they were like, "Oh, how dare you talk to him like that? That is a very sensitive stuff. He shouldn't be doing that." I said, "But it's a joke. I was just trying to say that he's not doing his duty as a proper Muslim." So, but it tells you the reason why the others say you shouldn't do that is because they feel like these our subjects are very touchy in Nigeria, and that is not good, is it? It means that within the nation, people are walking on eggshells. They are worried about offending each other, stuff like that. So, and I don't subscribe to that kind of environment. I would rather see a country where everybody's free to speak their mind and not worried that it's going to break out in violence, especially when it's not intended to, offend in any way. So that is the kind of country I want to see. And but you can see that kind of, now and again, you see the way a Muslim will say something, or will say something about Southeasterners, or you see the way a Northern Christian, that's another interesting one. A Northern Christian will say something about Northern Muslims. You see, there is that tension. You see that there. And I was speaking to this Northern Muslim guy. I think he was from Gombe or something like that. And it's a shame. I don't precisely remember the state.
It's Gombe State. It's not Muslim.
Yes, Gombe. They have a lot of Christians. So yeah, he was talking about how it's difficult to be a Christian there because of all the difficulties that they're having. I don't know whether it's because of just what he has heard or whether it's what he has truly lived. Because he was trying to explain that this stuff is very close to him. He knows what is happening. So that is present. I've seen that in Nigeria before, where I was, I asked a friend of mine, most of all these people here, they don't know that I hang around with a lot of Southeasterners. But the point is, I asked him to go and ask a northerner that was riding a bike questions, and ask him why is it that does he have a family, and the guy saying he's got a family and he's got a wife and he wants to marry another one. He's a young guy, barely 2021. He wants to marry another one. Then I asked him to go and ask the guy, why do you want to marry another one given how young he is? He said, because he wants to have children. Why do you want to have children? He said, because of jihad. And while this was going on, I was standing maybe about 5-10 meters away from the bike. Then I kept asking him to go and ask the guy because he can speak Hausa. I said, but who does he want to fight with the jihad? Then the Southeastern guy said, no, I'm not going to ask him that. You see the thing. There is a problem. They can't communicate. You're in a country, and our leaders leave it like that. It's a problem. If someone like Maska, myself and Maska is working together, that's not going to be the case. You see, I trust Maska is not going to want that kind of situation to occur. If I can speak to Maska
are you asking a question? Are you making a statement?
I'm not talking to you. I'm just saying that I have confidence that your way of thinking has evolved beyond that, where people are scared of talking to each other without worrying about offending each other badly. So I think that's something that we have to work on as a people, because it's a national security threat. It makes us a weaker people. If we cannot talk to each other, others will help us talk to each other. That's what happens. Just like a family in a home, if you are not talking to your wife, you're not talking to your husband, guess what? Another woman or another man will do the job for you. That's what's going to happen. And I really feel uncomfortable when I see that. That said, if I'm to pivot towards this Iranian conflict that came on the scene last Sunday, clearly it was a surprise. It's not a surprise per se, but you can't help but still feel like, are they truly doing this? Are these people mad or something? Are they trying to destroy the world? Because even Trump was the one telling Ukrainian leaders, Zelensky, that he want to trigger a world war with Russia. Now look at what he is doing. And another baffling thing that I've also noticed is the silence of the Chinese and the Russians. Because the world we lived in 6 months ago, 1 year ago, when BRICS was expanding, or 2 years ago, implied that these people would defend their interests, would defend the people that work with them. But clearly, the Chinese seems to be prioritizing the bigger picture. Some people like to think that they have a bigger picture in mind. And the Russians seem to be preoccupied with Ukraine. So Trump is just going out destroying all the so-called countries that are friendly with these other countries. Now they are targeting Cuba too. And I don't understand the game they are playing, because I think it's a dangerous game the Russians and the Chinese are playing, because by the time they know it, America will corral. Look at Tinubu now, so it's already working for them. Every other country is working for America right now, because they are all afraid that if you don't do what America wants, they will come and attack you and do what they did to Venezuela, or maybe even Iran. They don't care what they do, however it turns out. They don't seem to care. So that is one of the observations I've noticed in the last week. But that said, within the Nigerian space, clearly we still have this divide where you see Northerners coming out to protest, and some Nigerians are saying, "Oh, why are you protesting? You shouldn't protest because it's not your country. Why are you not protesting for your own people?" But that's how it is. You don't see how many Southeasterners protested when they were doing lockdown and everything and saying, "No, you should." No, because people are scared. If you protest, the next thing is you're going to see jihadis come out and start attacking your village. Nobody wants to risk their life being the ones coming out openly to attack. I think we should try to be more understanding. If those people come out to protest for Iran, they don't expect jihadists to come and start attacking them for that reason. But if you protest against jihadists, you should expect to get attacked by jihadists. Just when jihadists even tell you to sign on to their agenda, you refuse signing on, they go and burn your village down. Imagine coming out to protest against them. Those villagers that they attacked in Kwara, they didn't even protest against them. They just didn't sign on. And then they burned their village down. And look at how many lives were lost. So I'm not surprised that they are not coming out, because we don't have, the Nigerian state is not present to protect them. What do you expect them to do? They're not going to take the risk. And just like a lot of Southeasterners didn't take the risk, I didn't see a lot of South people come out to protest against the men group too. So let's just keep that at bay. My own issue with the way I see the world today, I'm beginning to even lose the hope with the so-called American democratic system. The UK one too is under question. There are very, very few democratic systems that I still have faith in. Japanese democracy, I don't have a faith in it. I don't have faith in the South Korea. Democracy is an illusion, let's face it. And I think I'm beginning to see what it truly is now. And I think that's why it's good that Trump is in office right now. The illusion of democracy is that it makes you believe that you have a say in who is ruling you. But in reality is that it's already been spiked before you even vote. So in reality, what you tend to have in the world is that you either have a government that is working on your behalf, or you have a government that is working less on your behalf. And in America now, even if they have a democracy, the government is not working on the behalf of the people. You see what I mean? So you could have even Russia that is not even a proper democracy, where the leader is actually working in line with the vision of the people of the country itself. So that's a very, very interesting dynamic that I'm beginning to see, because democracy has been undermined for a very, very long time. As a matter of fact, not everybody were allowed to vote at the first in the first get-go. And then later on, they started bringing more people in to allow them to vote. Then by the time a lot of people started being able to vote, you have people that have agenda that have hijacked the whole system. Look at America. They have guns everywhere. Even when the people are against it, the politicians still support the guns. They wouldn't even regulate it against the mentally ill people. How is that a democracy? The people's voice are not being heard. You saw, I like the video that damage played about Candice. What Candice was revealing there was the system is spiked. It's completely from the get-go. And you have to study every nation to see whether the democratic system is alive. Like the Swiss one is somehow alive. The Swedish one and all those ones are more alive than many of the so-called Western ones. Even the UK one is barely alive. You see our politicians, they are like dead-eyed robots talking like robots, Zionists bowing to Zionist interests. Whenever Zionist, the German one, they arrest people for free speech. If you say something in Western countries, they arrest you now. If you say something against Israel, they will arrest you. If you say something in this country, there are certain things you will say, they will knock at your door. That is democracy that we are talking about here. So that is, I'm becoming disillusioned with democracy, the democracy that we have in the world today. And I'm really evaluating what it truly means to be a democratic state. And I think you have to examine what the leaders are actually doing. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me play two videos, quick videos. One of them is what Comparable Facts was probably referring to. That is the video of people who were protesting in somewhere in Nigeria. They were actually to protest. Let me play. All right, there's another one from the Southeast where people were protesting in support of the government of America and Israel. I will get that and play that later on. All right, let me thank you for that. Let's move to quickly now. We have to get to everybody, hopefully.
If you try that in the UK, you'll be arrested.
All right, Comparable Facts, you're here now. Okay, let's get you first and then we'll get to other people.
Yeah, I think Nigeria is a dysfunctional country. Why am I saying that? I mean, you have one part of the country supporting, supporting one part of what's going on in Iran and the US and Israel. And you have one part of the country supporting the other one. So are we a country? I mean, this is a diffusion of nonsense coming from that country called Nigeria. I mean, to be honestly, I'm beginning to pivot from from the side of Ife that I don't have any affirmation on that country come Nigeria. We should just divide. Everybody go to their own. If you want to suffer, you suffer, because nothing is actually working. I don't know if you have a particular subject. You just want me to say what I want to say.
No, we're talking about Iran. What's going on in Iran. I want to hear, maybe if Jide is watching, because as of last week, there were people on this platform who were talking about the Russians are going to come, the Chinese are going to come, and it's going to be interesting. I don't know what happened with the Chinese and the Russians, and what it's looking like now is that the Americans and the Israelis, they are just having a field day. Trump is saying that they have to surrender, and he has to pick who will be the next president or Ayatollah of Iran. So, for those who believe that the world is structured that way, what are they thinking now? Especially those in Africa. That's something I want to hear from people.
Yeah, I think when it comes to what's actually going on, you have Ovie and the Jide. When they come here, they kind of spoon nonsense about geopolitics and all that kind of nonsense, like it's helping the world, particularly Africa. I don't see the importance of that. That's why I don't really listen to both Jide and the Ovie. To me, what they spoon here is nonsense. Just strictly my own opinion. But anyway, back to the topic we are talking about right now. So the world is being conquered by US and Israel. In my own opinion, I think Trump is doing net bidding. In as far as I'm a supporter of Israel, I'd be very realistic. But he's doing. You play the video of Candy Owen. This is the issue. If KJ was here, I would have asked him a question, because he's a MAGA. Are they divided or not? Because there's different opinion coming from the MAGA point of view. We have Kelly, you have Caston, and you have all of them. We don't know where things stand right now. Everybody has the opinion because they think USA is doing USA is doing Israel bidding. That's where they see it. And this war has escalated. My main problem is the economy of America. Okay, maybe people can call me selfish. Look at what's going on in the stock market right now. The economy is bad. Gas has skyrocketed, and the where I am right now. You know how much the gas is? Maybe in the east or wherever. Maybe the gas is about $4, an average or whatever. Yeah, it's like about $6 something. So we are the one bearing the whole crump of this economy, whatever is going on in the world. And I don't see it anytime, cooling down, because they already have a backlog, where's the shipment coming or something like that. To be honest, I've supported Israel, but this is getting out of hand. I'm only going to speak on my own benefit. So I don't know where we go from here. Trump, like I said earlier, Dr. Rudolph, when I was listening to Trump yesterday, he had 4 heart, make America great. Make Nigeria great. So I was just wondering, why make Cuba great? Because he wants to invade Cuba. Make Iran great. Make Venezuela great. So is Nigeria in the topic? Are they waiting after this has finished? It's going to be Nigeria? I don't know. But that's where we are right now.
Okay, thank you, Comparable Facts. Tony, I will come to you. But before you speak, let me play the other videos just to make sure that everybody got a chance to see that. This is from the Now, I have to say that we cannot independently confirm that this is a current video, but this is a video that is trending. All right, so let me go back to, I think, Tony, you are next. What is your take on what's going on in the Middle East, especially when people have projected that this is the way it will be, and it doesn't look as if it's happening that way? Go ahead.
Thank you once again. Sorry, I've been in and out. But I'm back now.
Did you get the check? Did they write you a check?
Just a little, not big money. So anyway, thank you. I think there's no doubt that if you look at Trump today, he's a very, very unconventional president. In fact, he's a disruptor. If you check the trajectory from the way he started, Panama talked about changed the place from the Gulf of Panama to Gulf of America. He doubled into, he brought this his tariff war, against the entire world. Came out from there, went to Greenland, came out from there with the resisted, went bombed Venezuelan fishermen, and eventually, before he actually went to the mainland itself to extract Maduro. Then at the same time, he was doing stuff in Caribbean waters. He left there, just all over the place, went to Congo, asked them for rare earth materials, came out from there, went to Ukraine, again, asked for rare earth materials, signed an agreement, decided that America would no longer be sending arms to Ukraine. Ukraine will be buying from European countries. And you can just go on and on and on until he landed in Iran. First of all, expecting that the initial protests and demonstration that you have in Iran would lead to regime change. When that didn't happen, we came to the point where we are now. He's not talking about looking at Cuba. So that's the kind of man he's been. And that has been possible because the world is a unipolar world now. Anybody who was saying that, Russia would come, China will come, and so on, I think they can find out now that they were wrong. Because when we said to them that it's not possible, they know the game that they're playing. Russia is not. How is this affecting Russia? How is it affecting China? Directly. And China has never been a military power. I mean, it has never pursued any. Basically, he has concentrated in economic expansion, economic imperialism. Going into countries, occupying territories, mining legally and illegally, and all that sort of thing, giving them loans, and so on and so forth. That's what China has been doing, economic imperialism. But, back to the issue that we're talking about here. The whole issue that I see here is, one, Israel, because the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Israel has been threatened all the while in the Middle East by one country and its proxies, that is Iran. Now, and America has always looked for an opportunity to be able to contain Iran. And I must tell you, I am surprised at the way Iran was able to carry on. I had thought that they would not be able to stand America. If you look at the barrage of bombings and the weight of the bombs that have been used on Iraq, and they still manage to, flex their muscles and so on. And I think Iran has done well. But the critical issue is, one, hegemony. America wants to be able to control the Middle East and subjugate or subdue any power that may come up from that region, any ally. Having lost the old Iran when the Shah was there, having lost Saddam, and not having any power that is able to stand against or to control, to have hegemony over that area. It has always been America's problem, because if you look at that area, very, very critical for its resources, and also because of marital activity to the Strait of Hormuz. It controls about 20% of world oil and marital activity. So that's the issue here. Once America is able to put in a regime that is not anti-Israel, not anti-America, I think this whole thing will stop. I think these are basically the issues, and I don't know how that is going to happen, because as long as you continue to have a belligerent Iran, as long as you continue to have people who feel and see America as a foe, as an enemy, this thing is going to continue, and it's going to snowball. You're going to have chains of reactions, from other states, all out, who one way or the other, would also be attacking America. So, but I think that there's a need for peace. I think that both sides, America, Israel, Iran, should calm down, and talk peace, because at the end of the day, after all this fight, they will still go to the table to see that peace talk that they abandoned. They'll still come there and sit down and sit for peace to reign. And I think the world today needs peace, because as I look at the effect, oil prices have gone up, stocks have gone up, gas prices have gone up, and there's a global concern that if this thing continues, I mean, look at the effect. Iran started bombing, some allies of America where you have military bases, So I think that these are fallouts, and if we don't arrest this, only God knows, what's going to happen. Let me stop there.
All right, thank you, Tony. We are totally out of time, but I want to hear from everybody. I also want to run, so I'm going to reduce the time I'm going to give anybody to speak on this topic to just 2 to 3 minutes. So find your best line. Jefferson, you are next.
All right, I think it's on the Iran matter, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so speaking on the issue of the Iran, what is happening currently in Iran, of course, as from a humanistic point of view, no one likes conflict, no one likes war. But most times we need to call ourselves to order and tell ourselves the truth of things. You see, before 1979, there was a regime there. And that regime was indirectly toppled by the British government based on greed. And what was it? The Iranian people needed control of their resources, and they wanted to nationalize their oil, and they now worked with some group of Islamists in what they call it in Iran at the time to topple the Shah, that's the royal system of government then, and of course they succeeded. All right, they now came in. What happened next? What happened next? We all saw it for ourselves. They have been ruling for almost 47 years, creating their own agenda, suppressing other people's freedom of religion of expression. The receipts are actually there. There are many Iranians who were even forced to practice a faith that they didn't want to. It was not out of free will. It was based on coercion. For you to understand this thing, you need to actually follow up with what is going on with the Iranians and then ask the critical questions, you see. And then when all these things were happening too, the Iranians were trying to form the top dog. What did they do? They were challenging the American government, closing down the embassy, hostage takeover and all of that. And they have been doing these things for years. It didn't start today. And of course, the same Iranian government was also attacking their fellow the Muslim brothers close by. They were doing that, threatening and all of that. The receipt is actually down there. You see, they have been doing this, and of course, I would say, like our people say back home, they are cup full. So they felt they were tough people. They thought they got good alliance, but at the same time, when they were doing all of that, they got what they deserve. Now, and it's not in a good light, because at the end of the day now, we're looking for a change of leadership, of which the Iranian people and whoever is there will need to decide that. And then coming down to the part of Nigeria, our people were there supporting what they don't understand, pledging allegiance, down to even Asari Dokubo. He was making noise and saying, no, if Israel and America, let them come. And guess what? His name was flashed on Mossad social media, letting him know that, look, we are watching you, that if you continue like this, we are going to catch up with you. And guess what? The only freedom fighter that was making noise. All the other guys, like I take a Tom from Polo, everybody kept quiet. He's the only one that's trying to prove a point. But in all, what I try to say in a nutshell is that there's no this war, whether they like it or not, it had to happen because people, the Iranians themselves, the Iranians who wanted what they want for themselves, who don't want to be oppressed by another religion, wanted it. And God had answered their prayers. That's in my own opinion. So this is why I stopped my own case. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jefferson. I want someone, I want someone who may talk about fake news, misinformation on social media. It's a lot. There are so many things that Nigerians are swallowing as stories, and I'm baffled. If you follow Facebook, there's one guy there. I have to call his name. I don't know who he is. Alexander Oti. Everything on his Facebook in the last 4 days, it's been totally fake news. And there are so many people sharing these things, the pictures and videos. They say this is what has happened to Israel, reduced to this. I don't know. It's shocking that a lot of people are taking this in and making commentary. Dexter, welcome.
Sorry, can I just ask something quickly? So, to all those that think that it's only Iran that is religious fanatic, go and listen to the Secretary of War's statement regarding the temple. I was shocked to see that he believed that the temple of the Jews is going to be rebuilt in Jerusalem. That he sees that as a miracle that is going to happen. Because they believe that as a rapture is going to come. And this man is now the defense secretary. He believed that. There was a video by Dr. Carlson that played and showed him saying such stuff. So it's not only one side that is a religious fanatic. Maybe this whole thing is a whole religious kind of...
Even Jefferson that just spoke always says it's a sign of the rapture. It's a revelation. So this is what people believe, but they always want to point a finger at just one side. Lindsey Graham said the same thing. Hexet said the same thing. Netanyahu said the same thing. Simon Giver said the same thing. It's something Christians actually believe and Jews actually believe, that this is signs of the rapture in the Bible. So let's not pretend like it's only one side. In fact, the one side that has always preached peace, that has also included a fatwa not to build nuclear bombs because they believe it is against their religion. So let's not believe they're the one. Let's not pretend they're the ones that are at fault. But yes.
All right. Christians for Epson. I said at the beginning that if you interrupt somebody, we deduct that time from you.
No, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just went on from what forefathers were saying.
It worked very well. Paul has been quiet today throughout, so that's good.
No, I mean, we can. Sorry to cut you off of Dr. Damages. What I did was just piggybacking on what he said. It wasn't an interruption, but it's a conversation. But I guess Nigerian conversation is different. So.
All right, Dexter, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. I treat this stuff like a football match. The players who are actively playing in the game and seeing the game, and the coach who's trying to analyze it is there. We have the fans. We are the fans who stay outside and shout, "Oh, you do it like this and that. Oh, you do it like this and oh, you should have done that. Oh, you should have done that." Whatever is happening on the international scale, I think it's beyond just words we throw around sometimes. Oh, this person should have done this like this. Yeah. The truth is that, look, like the Daniel Bwala that people get into administration and you find out that their viewpoints change. We should also realize that it's not as plain as we want to make it look. We want to just make it look like it's just plain. There are a lot of geopolitical, a lot of politics going on under the table. Let me give you a typical example right now. If you follow, I think Henry Kissinger's model, I'd always say that Russia is not the enemy. that China is the country that America should make sure does not rise. Now, kind of look at what Donald Trump has done. It's literally almost translating the Chinese energy market. Well, whether you like it or not, China used to get cheap oil from Venezuela, and they used to get cheap oil from Iran. He has put a choke on both of those countries. So, and before the whole attack, the Indian Prime Minister went to visit the Israeli Prime Minister, and Russia is supplying India crude oil right now. So I think sometimes when we look at these things, first of all, like I always say, when we come here, one of the things we should try to do is disabuse ourselves of our proclivities and biases, and we will learn more from our interrogation. Throw away all the biases, Some people here come like last week, oh, Russia is going to do this, and throw away all these your biases and just look at it plainly, and let's treat it like chess. Just like they say in chess, don't play the player's reputation, play what is on the board. Look at the board, analyze the pieces, and make logical decisions based on what you see on the board. And let us stop all this, oh, it's this one, and no. There's no need for that. So if I look at what's happening in Iran presently, and look, the second thing is this. You also have the Muslim-Islamic divide of Shiite and the Sunni. The truth is that the Saudis, of course, we want to be the leaders of the Middle East, of the Islamic world. They want that. There's a lot of geopolitics going on there. Now, Iran has decided to attack plenty people and create. Now, they're now saying, oh, we're not going to attack you guys again. We'll try not to do all that. Because the truth about it, it seems like you had everybody in that region just waiting for a trigger from Iran, and say, oh, yes, this is validated. So there's a lot of geopolitics. Even like Jefferson said before the Khamenei, before the Islamic revolution that took place in Iran, there was an Iran already that was a little bit more pro-Western, and when the prime minister then kind of took away the oil, nationalized the oil assets, and that got the Western world angry because that was their investment. And they were trying to, there's a lot of geopolitics going on here. And I think we should try and make our interrogation of these issues based on the evidence and not really on our biases. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dexter. Paul, you are next.
Doctor, let me sound a little bit arrogant, but it's just the fact. IBB said something. He said, I don't talk to two-star generals because they're not my equal. You understand? It sounds like pride and everything because they're not his equal. So some people don't really understand this geopolitics. Some people understand this Israel-Iran thing, maybe from the perspective of their pastor in church, at church, and the like, so they talk and everything. It just makes me laugh. The same British also partner with America, you understand, topple the government of Iran, you understand? And people must understand this thing from the history. Anytime America put any government, the government will only stay little time, will never be popular because that government will be doing the bidding of the West. We never work for its people. June 14, 2014, June 16, 2014, Barack Obama stopped buying crude from Nigeria. They placed sanctions from Nigeria. You understand? They support Buhari. You understand? U.S. Secretary of State came to Nigeria. They do everything. They threaten. That's why Jonathan can say the blood of a Nigerian does not worth this election and gave in. When Buhari became president, they give him red carpet. Look at how Buhari treat Nigeria for 8 years. You understand? When you work with an outsider, this is the same thing. If America take this government and bring their own government, how is Iraq? How is Libya? If we put our own people, even though the person is not popular, we still have the guts to criticize, to fight these people and everything. But when the West put and they spend all this money, do you think they will do all these things and not benefit from it? Clinton left America with surplus. Bush went to war. America started $8 trillion debt. Today, we are heading to 40 trillion. We borrow money from China. Saudi Arabia started threatening this week when they want to buy more missiles that America refused to sell, to start taking their money. Almost 70% of Bank of America, the second biggest bank in the US, the currency there is owned by the Saudi Arabians. They have excess money there. They started threatening that we're going to pull our funds, that will affect our economy. These are the things. So when people think all these things, oh, Palestine, look, doctor, let's use common sense, the most commonest sense ever that you can think of. Palestinian, Iran is supporting Palestine and they call Iran terrorists. America now is supporting Israel. They call them good people. Why not just let Anthony Joshua and Bashali fight? Let all the rest of us watch. But if US support, it's okay. But if Iran support Palestine, they are terrorists. Is this not funny? When the coach will join the person that he's coaching to fight, but if the other person also join, they give him name. Why you go join? This is just funny. This is not a balanced fight. And every other thing. Israel, the former prime minister of Israel now, is already talking about Turkey. You understand? Israel keep moving the goalposts. And they said, oh, they don't want to let Israel rest. They don't want to let Israel rest. Doctor, I keep saying this thing and I'll repeat it. The highest thing you can do as a parent to beat a child in Nigeria is to keep beating the child and ask the child not to cry. What is the outcome of you whooping a child? Is it not to cry? If I press gas on my car, you see it on the exhaust. That's how it works. You see it on the exhaust, you hear the sound loud, you are whooping a child, you ask the child not to cry. These people say, oh, death to these people. This other people is killing them. You have all your intelligence in their country, cause all confusion in their country. They don't even have that in your country. They only say their own opinion. Oh, the only thing I can do, since I don't have strength to fight, I can curse. If that will pain you very well and everything. You say, oh, they say death. But who is doing the killing? One person say it, but who is doing it? I'm asking, who is doing it? As they have all these terrorists and everything, let us make numbers like the way we are bringing numbers every week, even though this week in Nigeria, that terrorists just kill or just kidnap, just kill or just kidnap. Tell us all the killing that these people are killing and Israelis anywhere in the world. But I can tell you every day how the Israelis are killing these people every other day. So who is doing the killing? Somebody is saying it, but another person is doing it. But the person who is actually doing it is a good person. But the person who says that can't even do it is the bad person. Thank you. We're going to continue. Just a matter of time. What is his name? Benjamin Netanyahu will also say Nigeria. Sometime, they will say, oh, they are coming for Asari Dokubo, but 5,000 people will go in Rivers State. But they are coming for one Asari Dokubo. Continue. Just a matter of time.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Let's go to KJ. KJ, you're next.
Thank you so much. The world has never been fair, so I don't know why we woke up now and began to think that it's going to be fair. And sometimes when we argue on these things, especially in this era of Donald Trump, we make it look as if it's just him who started these things. All of you were here when America marched to Libya. You were here, you know. And Libya, what has become of Libya today? All of you were here when Obama decided to say that Jonathan cannot continue. He made a broadcast before election, okay? And he said what was going to happen. All of you were here. You are here now. Britain has rolled out the red carpet for Ahmed Tinubu, whom all of you know is a criminal. Don't you know? He forged certificate. Because of him now, the laws of Nigeria have changed. Certificate forgery now is no longer a crime since the National Assembly have removed it from the electoral listings. You are not saying anything. You are looking at the other people and shouting. Meanwhile, you have more evil happening around in your place there. How many people are killed, we have kidnapped and killed just 2 days ago? Nobody has mentioned it here. In fact, right now as we talk, more people die in Nigeria than even the war going on now in Iran. More people. Every day people die. People who are being killed have not even done anything. I'm not going to try to make it Christian, but I'm saying people, individuals are being killed. We are not talking about it. More people. Nigeria is not at war, but we're losing more people. And we have a government. So let's call a spade a spade. Let me say this. Politicians everywhere are politicians. And I'll give an example of the American system because it's easy to point hand at the Republicans and the Democrats. Those who pointing hand at the Republicans now because they are in power didn't point hand at the Democrats when they were sitting there with all the Epstein files, all the years of the 4 years that Biden was there. But let me shock you. Let me even shock you further. If you are one of those observing American politics, you find out that 2 days ago, a bill was defeated in the Senate. What was the woman's request? That they should now pass a law to bring out all the sexual harassment that have been happening that they're using government money to settle. It was voted down, both Republicans and Senate. In fact, the only people who voted for it was 65 out of the members of the House of Rep. 65 people voted yes. The rest voted no. They shut it down. So if you think that one side is better than the other, my dear brother, maybe you're not looking properly. Because those people who voted also against this bill were Democrats. Out of the Republicans and Democrats, 65 only, 6-5, that voted yes. So all of them have skeleton in their cupboard. I'm just simply saying this to say that when we are looking at world politics, let's be a little bit broader. And it is never going to be fair. What we do or what we are taught in international politics is that you find a way to negotiate what is better for your own side. You go with your technocrats, not with Efulefu, Akamu people who don't know anything. You go with people in your country who know how to negotiate. And they will say, look, oh, we know we cannot match you this for this, but this is what we are offering. You start from that point and you drag. Okay? Now, if you, so those who are saying Iran have not done anything, we know the people who are behind the Hutus, the what are them, the Hezbollahs, and all those other forces, whether they are doing it by proxy or not. The situation that all of us want peace. Peace in the Middle East is good enough for Israel, is good enough for the Iranians. I have a boss who is an Iranian, and I won't want to come and say what I said here because they ran away from their country based on bad government. And if you want to know a little bit of that, dive back to 1979. There you find out that Iran was one of the most modern countries, one of the most in the world at the time. What happened between 1979 and this time? So let's not make it look as if, oh, one set of people came just, they are doing this. No, even those regimes, just like it's going on now in Nigeria, have not been fair to their people. Let's get that straight. The regimes have not been fair to their people. Talk more of others. And I want to end there because my time is gone. But let's not only judge from what we see now. Go back in history. Thank you.
All right, KJ, thank you. Chim, the imperial apologist. You're next.
Rudolph, sorry, I know we're talking Iran, but can you couch it so that I know exactly what we're discussing? I don't want
to... It's wide. It's wide. You can pick any side. I don't want to limit you.
All right. Okay. All right. So maybe I would address what a few people have said that I don't agree with, and I will try not to mention any names so that we don't have this forth and back. So certainly Tucker Carlson has become somebody to go listen to. A couple of years back, those who were clearly left-leaning didn't think Tucker Carlson was a useful human being when he was in Fox. Today, now we're quoting him. I want to address something else. One is beliefs are different. Whatever you believe, whether you believe in a rapture or you believe in whatever it is you believe, in the return of a prophet, it's your belief. I shouldn't fight you or take your life or spill your blood for your belief. Air your belief. Hold on to your belief. Even if it's delusional, that is not going to happen. Even if there is no heaven and there is no God, it's your belief. Where we have a problem and where the world is having a problem and where Iran suddenly becomes the issue is when people say certain people want to kill. Okay, I'm not sure the word kill is allowed on this. Want to buy, as we Nigerians want to say, other people for holding a belief. Let us argue, even however passionate it is about those beliefs. Why do I have to decimate Rudolph because I don't agree with Rudolph? That's where we're having issues. As for Iran and whether the US stoked a fire or Israel is, blatantly getting away with stuff, I'm not going to express my views and expect that everybody here is going to agree. But this is what I see. I believe in a world of live and let live. I also believe in a world of where sometimes somebody may offend you. You are at liberty in international world to sever relationship with anyone. What you do not own is a monopoly to say you have a death on a particular country just because you do not like them. There was an October 7th where some of this started. Life didn't start on October 7th. But from October 7th, something triggered. And those who think they are smart come here to ignore that October 7th. People were going about their lives, however they disagreed. Conversations were going on how to address peace. And people went and stoked something. There are people here who would deny that never happened. They want to wave it away. But it happened, and people felt, okay, this is why we have constantly said we need to protect ourselves. And they went on the offensive. And they knew they had the capacity to go on that offensive. They went back, studied it, and they unleashed the offensive. It's one thing whether you agree with their method. It's another thing to say, did they have a reason to have gone to do that? I would have loved to see a peaceful Iran. I don't even want to go back to some of the, I'll call spurious arguments that America is the one who made Iran to become an Islamic revolution. And listen, I'm a student of history and government. I studied government and public administration in school. So I know some of these things. But I listen to people here and I'm like, what are you talking about? You change from a Shah, which was one maybe a bit more dictatorial in one way or the other, and you've moved to this other one that is more religiously based, and you want to defend this particular one. Let's compare it. Jonathan's government was not very good. Is APC under Buhari and what is his name, Bola Tinubu, way better than APC, BDP of Jonathan? We can decide this. What I find strange is this: we can say yes, it's not right to go bombing Iran. Or could there have been a better way to go and have this conversation? And for that, if we can discuss and get the Iranian revolutionary government to the table to stop them from whatever it is we think they're doing. But you know what? People come here and they tell me, oh, what is happening? This same Iranian government that is crying today was killing their own people. I have Iranians, I've gone for functions and I've met Iranians, not just Muslims, so both the Christians and those who don't believe in anything, who left that place. They ran away from them. Listen, it's not like you and I in Nigeria who wake up, get a visa, and we leave. These ones sneaked out of the country. To even leave the country is a problem. I work for an organization that had a foothold in Iran, and we're going for an operation. I eventually turned down going there. You know why? We were given a document to sign. As at the time, this was 2006. If you step foot in Iran, I might not be able to go to any Western nation. Do you want to do that? And I removed my passport. I did not want an Iranian passport, visa on my passport. I said, okay, I'm going to go. Those who went came back telling me some sordid tales. Someone who is a Christian woke up in his room, knelt down to pray. And after a few hours, somebody knocked on his door and told him not to do that again. Rudolph, I'm not making this up. This was Iran. It happened in Iran. He came back and said, you couldn't drink alcohol. You couldn't do certain things. They were just all over the place blocking you. So when next they asked him to go there, I said he wasn't going. But by then, the Iranian visa was already in his passport. I said, okay, thank God I didn't go. So the point I'm making in summary is this. If there's a way to resolve this global chaos, I'm for it. Do I support the United States shooting and then Israel doing the same thing? No. But we cannot pretend that you have that uncle in your family. All of you are afraid of him. Why? Because when you go for a village meeting, there's a tendency he might even put juju inside your drink and you will die. That is the situation. Iran is that stubborn child, making problem for everybody. They're a Muslim nation. They're not at peace with their fellow Muslim nation called Saudi Arabia. They're not at peace with their fellow Muslim nation called Qatar. They're not at peace with their fellow Muslim nation called Oman. And people come here and they say, no, the US is doing this, Israel is doing this. How about explain to me, why is it that Israel hit you and you chose to hit UAE? Please explain it to me. You say, oh, it's proxy this. So really, was it UAE that hit you? So I don't even understand what it is. That's why I asked you, what exactly are we discussing? So that I know what I'm contributing to. What I see is people come here to make emotional arguments. Should Iran be attacked? No. Hear it from my lips. No, let's not attack them. But did they have a good reason to attack them? Debatable. What I can't understand is people who come here to be two-faced. A nation, a government that was terrorizing its own citizens? Come on.
All right. Thank you, Imperial Apologist. Ify, you're next. Iran.
Oh boy. See, I am so worried about this war in terms of what is going on in American healthcare. First of all, America attacked Iraq, I think in 2003, attacked Libya, attacked Afghanistan, and now they're currently fighting with Iran. The question you ask yourself, of all other countries that they have invaded, what happened? They left that country worse than the way they met it. Look at what is going on in Libya. Look at Afghanistan today. The same government they went to overthrow, they have taken over again. Look at Iraq and now in Iran. I'm not in support of what is going on in Iran, but the question is that what is the difference between what is happening in Nigeria? Don't we have militants in Nigeria? Buying people every day, and some people come still defend the government. So I don't see no difference between what is happening over there. I think there is a solution. They should have continued dialoguing. But I know the Israelites, what's his name, Netanyahu, dragged Donald Trump into this war. We know how it started, but we don't know how it's going to end. Russia-Ukraine is going to almost 4 years now. They are still fighting. America is spending about $1 billion every day. So imagine since they started this war, I think it's in February 28th or something up until now. Just calculate how much they have spent. Look at what the stock is doing. If you have stock, if you look at the stock market, I mean, you wouldn't even want to look at your account to see what it's doing. Look at American healthcare. The money they are spending or fighting Iraq, they should have put it in healthcare. People are dying every day here. A lot of people are homeless. This war that Trump is fighting is going to define him when he leaves the government. People are homeless in this country where we are now. American healthcare is the worst I've ever seen it before. Don't check your premium if you live in this country and see. But they are busy fighting, spending $1 million just to support Israel. And for those Christians back home or all over the world who are defending Israel, listen, let me tell you something. There is nothing special about Israel. There is nothing special about them. So I hate when people come on to say that they are God's chosen people. They are not. This is not what the God told them in the Bible. So stop, that propaganda about this is the religious war, Muslim and Christian. I hear that a lot. Please stop it. Do I take any side? I'm not siding anybody. But just like this person said, let there be peace and let everybody be happy. Yes, I can understand that Israel is in the midst of, Arab nation. But other people are not fighting there. Why are they worried about Iraq? So I believe if you go ask Donald Trump now, he will be regretting why he, started this epic fury. Because he never knew that these people would fight back. Russia is backing them up. China is supplying them with ammunition. We don't know how this is going to end. We're just going to sit down and watch. But for people who will come and say, Iran, what is happening in Iran, they, attacking their people and all that stuff going on there. Is there something happening in Nigeria? Don't we see it? Don't we see bombs flying everywhere? Don't we see kidnapping going on everywhere in Nigeria? Please let us stop that. If you see the truth, just say it the way it is. Stop that.
All right, thank you, Ify. Christians for Epstein. You're next.
Thank you. I wish we had certain questions we had to answer, but I think when Forefather's show comes on, I think it'll be better. Not saying his show is better than yours. I'm just saying at least we can have a back and forth based on a wider discussion. Because, like you rightly said, this is white. And for the panelists that came on and asked, why is Iran hitting its neighbors? Well, this is a asymmetrical form of war. It's a war of attrition. They cannot face America head on. They're not as strong as America in any way. We've said this on here. I remember I've told certain panelists that you actually mentioned, I said, you wish they were on here. I told them how Venezuela was going to happen. I told them it's the same thing. Russia is not going to get involved directly. China is not going to get involved directly, but they're going to share intelligence. They're going to share ammunition on the ground. For example, Iran has totally bypassed the US's GPS. They're using China's Baidu system. This is why their accuracy is more pinpoint and is more targeted. Now, I keep hearing things like Iran has been attacking its own people. Well, the United States itself is telling you that they are the ones that have been fomenting trouble in that country. They've said it. As we speak right now, the United States is about to arm Kurdish rebels to attack Iran. They're the same ones that have been choking the Iranian economy. They're the same ones that have been sabotaging it. They're the same ones that have also been fomenting riots in that country. So when we speak and we want to make pronouncements like, well, October 7th, well, what happened prior to October 7th? And if we're saying, well, they should have been negotiating, they've been getting their negotiators killed. Each time they negotiate with the United States, America does a double take, backstabs them, and starts killing them again. So in essence, what we do know right now is whether Iran was peaceful, whether they had a nuclear weapon or whether they never had a nuclear weapon, the position we find ourselves today, I mean in the Middle East, is where we would have always found ourselves, because it has always been Netanyahu and the Zionist dream to take over that, well, at least knock Iran out, take over Saudi Arabia, Golan Heights, Syria, all the way to Egypt in the name of a greater Israeli project. We know this. So something forefathers always brought up, and we always used to go back and forth. And he asked me a very pertinent question last week. Do you now think because of the fatwa was a reason why they attacked? And I said, well, probably you could say that now, because these are people that have always been peaceful with their neighbors. Iran hasn't attacked any of their neighbors in over 200 years. They haven't done that. But we have little Israel all over here since 1948, constantly attacking and destroying its neighbors, killing everybody, just because it wants to take over that region and become the most powerful group and the most powerful entity in that region. So if you want to come on here, and I hear the bell, I'm sorry, but if you want to come on here and pretend and talk about neutrality, and you talk about, well, people believe in the rapture, we should let them be. I don't know if you want to die, but I don't want to die. So if you believe in a rapture, maybe you go pick a certain group of people that all of you want to fulfill this revelation that you believe in and kill yourselves. I don't want to die. I don't believe in any rapture, and I don't see why, because a certain group of people decide that this is part of their religious beliefs, then everybody has to go with them. But thankfully, there will be another show, and, you know, because we have to talk about what is the end. I keep hearing people saying, what is the end game? What is the end game? Well, the end game of this, and I think people actually really believe, like the last 12-day war, that Iran is losing. Far from it. Far, far, far from it. They are dealing America a bloody nose in a different way. It is not conventional warfare. It is not warfare that America wanted, but they're hitting America in the way that it never expected. It's pockets. And what will happen eventually? The Gulf states are going to ask America, you got to leave, because now we see that you can't protect us. And if they tell America to leave, what happens to the petrodollar that the Gulf countries used to back up? America is in a whole deal of trouble. But yeah, let me run up before because it's really wide, and I would hope that we talk more about it.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Forefathers, you're next. We're rounding up. I see Jide here. So we reach people even if they're in their bathroom or wherever they are.
Thank you. And I must say, if you surprised me today with her stance, it's quite refreshing to see somebody that is just holding stuff based on morality now and again. What I have noticed in the West is that whenever they talk about Iran, they will say that, okay, the Iranian regime is bad, but this is you can't do this. Like everything about them is evil, and that is not true. This is a religious leader we forget, and there has not been a sheer war against the West or in terms of attacking America or anything. They have never had it. Most of their allies, the so-called terrorists that they fund, they tend to be restricted to that region for the land that they are fighting for. And we forget that the people that they are against are the people that are actually holding another people hostage. You know that story for all the Christians and that like the Bible. You know when Israel was being held, Israelites were being held hostage by Egypt. That's what Israel is doing to other people now. They've held them hostage for a very long time. They don't want to let them form their own nation. And they make the excuse that those people are not ready to form their own nation because those people want to kill them. But yet, the same people, the same Arab kind of people, are the ones they signed deal with in Jordan, and the ones they signed deal with in Egypt, and they're living peacefully with all of them. The reason why they don't want to give them their state is because they want their land. Clearly, they are building inside that land and taking the land every day, torturing them, beating them, they burning their villages. How can people see this of this and pretend as if they don't know what is going on? This evil has gone, and I call it, that's why on my this channel, you see that I call it the most evil conflict in the world. And clearly, there's something about this thing that is evil. You know, like when they say a civilization is founded on torturing somebody, let's say Nigeria is perfect today, but request you to torture one person constantly forever. Why do you think that is evil? There's something evil about that. And that is the thing people don't understand, how the nature of what Israel is doing. Palestinians are small people, but there is something evil about it. You won't let these people go. You torture them, and if the whole world is watching it, it's like they are sacrificing them on a daily basis. And that is what makes it so evil. And it's consuming the whole world now. It's almost as if I saw it coming. And I did say that Israel is going to be a problem for the West someday. And it's going to arrive again, because the truth is that when the people are used to shedding blood so easily, they shed the lives of 20,000 children as if it's nothing. When a society becomes like that, sooner or later, the world will have to confront them. Otherwise, they will not stop. Why would they stop? They have no reason to stop. They have been profiting from it. They've been getting more land. They are in Syria. They are in Lebanon. They are in the various territories. Huckabee came out openly and said it's okay for Israel to take the entire Middle East. These people are Zionists. They are barely even secular at all. They have their own agenda. I have to give it to the Zionist men. Those people, they are spectacularly acute at seeking power. I've never seen any group so strong as seeking power. If you look at what Epstein did, one man, just one man, what he did in America, I don't know. In short, all our politicians put together, they cannot do what one man did. He was able, he's not only just influenced rich people, even the scientific world, he was in neck deep. He was controlling this physicist, Stephen Hawking was in his place. He was giving them women and everything, and they were giving him all their secrets. Why do you think Israel is so advanced? And some people are arguing now that there are some breakthrough technologies that these people may actually get access to because of all the work that man did. These people, you say whatever you like. On that part, I really envy them. They really know what power truly means. These people don't play. They were going after breakthrough physics. When America was busy retiring all their physicists because of they went to the moon, they didn't care anymore. They were corralling them, using them, and getting all their knowledge. When we see evil, we should call it out for what it is. It doesn't matter where it is, because tomorrow it's going to come to you. Was it not Martin Luther that said, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere? Now, especially in these days, it's actually quite relevant. Whenever you see problems, you call it out. If I see some Muslim twitching because I just said something wrong, I will call them out. You call them out. If you see somebody doing something wrong, you call them out, because they are all a threat to you. Thank you.
All right, forefathers, thank you. AY, welcome to the show.
Hey, the damages. We'll have to know from here.
Yeah.
You know, this is my first time. I have 10 minutes or?
No, you have 3 minutes. We're rounding up. We've gone over by more than
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So the crisis in the Middle East. I don't know why people are shy to say what it is, right? We need to recognize the problem is caused by Israel. They are the real terrorists in the Middle East. Those of you that are telling us our story, I need to let you know, you don't start a book from the second chapter. So Iran had what's it called? A genuine and a government that was elected by the people before 1979 or before the Shah regime. The Shah regime was not elected by the Iranians. We need to know that. There was a Mossad, the British and the America kick him out just to put in their puppet. The Shah was a monarch system. They just brought him to come and represent the people. You don't do that. It's not your country. Even after the people protested, he got kicked out by the Iranians. The current regime you see in Iran, the Islamic regime, was actually as a result of the referendum, which was 98% supported by the people to represent them. So I'm really tired of the madness of fake news on this channel. I know Rudolph said it's have your say, but don't say you're rubbish. Try to stay on fact. Those of you, the so-called that come on this platform, the Judo-Christian fanatics and extremism and extremists, we need to stay away from this madness of religion. This everything is not religion. That is why I'm really scared of Nigerians. I can't imagine in my life how you will support Trump with his madness going on in America, even those that don't live here, because you think he's going to give you a country. Get your ass together. They are coming for you. By the time they get to you in Africa, they are not going to differentiate between Christian and Muslim. They are not going to differentiate between Yoruba and Igbo and Hausa. You are living in delusion. They are coming for you. For me, Africa is supposed to be a four country. We even have one little country. People want to divide into pieces. To me, Africa is supposed to be four countries. West Africa, East Africa, South Africa, and North Africa. Africa is not even enough to be, Nigeria is not even enough to be a country, in my opinion, so that we'll have some formidable force. When you look at, I'm really sad that in South Africa, we are able to dismantle their nuclear bomb. If they have it, maybe provide that could that protect Africa. You should be thinking of your people, not supporting foolishness. They don't love you. They don't love you. So the war you are seeing in Iran, Iran is not, they are not small. Bro, yeah, America is superpower. Nobody is denying that. They have all the military arsenal. They can bomb anybody to hell. Why are they even wanting NATO and Europe to come and join them in the war? Can you ask yourself that question? The war you are seeing in Iran is asymmetric war. It's real war of attrition. You are not going to win. If they are not going to win, so you just going to keep extending it. Now Iran are threatening they are going to bomb the Muna nuclear reactor. If that happens, do you know what that means? People don't know. We are not all safe. If you think you are Christian, you are supporting your foolishness. Stop this nonsense. We need to stop. It's not going to help us. They are going to come for us. We should teach.
Rudolph, I think you should stop this guy from insulting Christians. You see, you people are first open your mouth to talk about
Please let him speak. Let him
don't say that.
Let him speak.
You need to protect me, Rudolph. You need to
hold on. Right.
They know they said you need to protect.
If you want to make your comment, make your stupid comment. I talk
everybody is entitled to their
opinion. You need to add 2 minutes to me for them interjecting me.
It doesn't matter. Don't talk about Christianity. It's not your religion. Talk about your own religion.
Yeah, can you calm down?
I can't speak about anything you feel like speaking about.
I don't. If you are a real Christian, you will not support genocide. If you are a real Muslim, you will not support genocide or killing of any form. If you support genocide, you are evil. You are not Christian. You are not Muslim. You are not human. If you even believe in humanity, you will not support genocide. You come here and support genocide in Gaza, where over 20,000 children were killed. The IDF were unable to defeat Hamas, common Hamas. You think they are going to defeat Iran? They were unable. They only kill innocent people. If you don't know, they kill over 20,000 children. So on the issue of Trump, if I were Trump, I will focus on America. The economy, where a lot of you live here, I don't need to explain too much. The economy is going down the drain. The money you are wasting to bomb innocent people, why don't you have healthcare for the poor and the common Americans? America is suffering, economy is suffering. The only gas they'll be talking about, gas prices has reduced. Is that what you'll be drinking? Go to the gas station now and see how much they are selling gas. Idiots. Thank you, Rudolph.
All right, thank you, AY. Today you have 4 minutes. I think I will let AY Amaska say the final word on this.
So, Rudolph, we allow people calling other people idiots.
I don't understand Rudolph any longer. You allow people come here and insult people. Why? Why do you look that? If we're idiots, then we stop coming. Because he can have the challenge and talk about it all by himself.
They just stop distracting people.
Go on, we talk about who? How much do you know?
Why is it any you?
How much do you know?
Okay, KJ, hold on. I'll make a statement after. Jide, go ahead. 4 minutes.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Damages. Good to see everyone. Greetings to everyone listening and watching, and greetings to my fellow panelists, and greetings to Dr. Damages. First of all, because a lot of people have said a lot of things, and I don't want to seem divisive. Because I have just 4 minutes, I want to break some myths within the 4 minutes that I have. The first myth I had, I've been listening to other people talk. Some others said that the Iranian people, and the supreme leader, he has a different mindset, that they just want to die for nothing. I think that statement is actually misleading and is very wrong. First of all, for a revolution, for a people that are going to resist imperialism, colonialism, they are supposed to sacrifice their entire life to defeat colonialism and imperialism. I've never said it on this platform before, but that is the truth. If you want to defeat colonialism and imperialism, it is total sacrifice. Ali Khamenei died last week at the age of 86. Before he died, he made a message. They told him, you need to go and hide during negotiation. They told him, his security people told him, you need to go and hide. They tried to kill him a few days before. He said, no, I'm going to stay in my house with my family. The family said they're going to stay with him. They told him to go and hide, that they will kill him. He should go into the bunker. He said no. That number one, he's semi-crippled. He has spent his entire life serving God and serving his people. He's semi-crippled. That what is he even living for at his age? That he wants to die a dignified death. He wants to die in a dignified way. That he would rather sit down at his house, exposed with his people, with his Iranian people, and they will fire rocket at him and he will die. Then he will go and hide in bunker and they will still target his own people. The point I'm making with that is the spirit to defeat these monsters. If you don't have that spirit, you are in for trouble and complete self-destruction. Algeria, they defeated the French because of this spirit. The spirit of willing to sacrifice and die to fight the monster, the evil imperialist empire. ANC South Africa, the people were willing to die. ANC, that was how they were able to fight apartheid up until they were liberated. The same Iran that they said that it's an extremist Islamic republic. Someone was saying it here, a lot of people have said this here. They supported ANC to resist imperialism. They supported Angola to fight colonialism. My brothers and sisters, are Angolans and South Africans, are they Christians? Tell me. Someone was saying, Robbie, so I have just 4 minutes. One person was saying one nonsense. I don't want to mention the person's name. That Iranian women, before the revolution, they were free. They were free. Now they are enslaved. They are wearing hijab. That is complete lie. And that is the lie of the West. To mislead people, to provide a pretext to attack Iran. Part of the pretext. First of all, that's not true. You know why? Let's look at the data. Iran, before the revolution, less than 50% of the women were educated. I repeat, less than 50% of the women were educated, were scientists, were doctors. A lot of them, I don't want to go into the details. Is it the women that did not have scarves, that were prostitutes, or the kind of women that we have in the West that are only fans? Is that what we call freedom? After the revolution, 60 to 80% of Iranian women are scientists, doctors, professors, philosophers. In fact, the man called Ali Khamenei, before he died, he had a PhD in Kant's philosophy. You see, this war going on is an existential war for the whole world. It's not about Islam or Christianity. It's a war against imperialism. And imperialism must be defeated. They are currently in a big war. Even Donald Trump did not expect to see what he saw right now. Their aim was to cause regime change and put their puppet in power. What they realized was when they replaced, when they assassinated Khamenei, the people that are going to replace him are even worse than Khamenei. They are more radical in their thinking. They are more revolutionary in their thinking than even Ali Khamenei. That was why Donald Trump made it clear that they will still go and capture the son of Ali Khamenei, that is supposed to perhaps be, that is currently the interim supreme leader of Iran. Let's stop using religion to mislead our people. This is a fight for justice. The reason why, one of the major reasons why there's so much hatred for Iran by Israel and all these Western allies, one of the major things we need to understand about the Houthis, the Hezbollah and co is, they are resisting apartheid Israel. They are fighting for the people of Palestine. And Iran, just like they supported the ANC, Angola, Zimbabwe, they are willing to fight and defeat apartheid for the people of Palestine. I will stop there. My time has gone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jide. Maska, thank you for staying up for us. And I want you to round up this conversation. As someone who is in Nigeria and listening to diverse opinion from different parts of your people, different parts of the world, your summation.
Well, it's very disappointing. Because when you listen to people, even at very educated level, you still can feel the sentiment coming out. You know, people hide behind religious sentiments and want to wash away. There is a genocide in Nigeria, okay? But there's no genocide in Palestine. But the good news, the happy thing for me this night, Mr. Rudolph, is when you sit down and listen to people like Ife, listen to people like Paul, you know, the fact that these are Christians. As much as we would want to say that anybody who is supporting, or not, the word is not really supporting, so people who are calling it the way it is, people are quick to think that, oh, okay, because maybe AY is a Muslim, I don't see a religion, but at least you cannot deny the fact that Ife is a Christian, Paul is a Christian, and they can see through all these things. And the real fact of the matter for all of us here that are deceiving ourselves, you see the same demonstration that was comparable facts was asking me. I saw a in against this war. I saw a Marine person who was carried away from a Senate hearing yesterday because he was saying that no, this is an Israeli war and no American life should die for it. I saw it. They broke his hand. Okay? Who has fought for America. He's saying that no, this is not okay. But me, you see black people here. It's just ridiculous. But the good news, like I said, is that there are people who would break the barrier, who forget about the fact that they are Christians, but they will call it as it is. So for me, all us black people, we really need to work hard. This our master mentality is so pathetic. I'm a Muslim, but I'm under no illusion that the Arab is not going to side with me just because I'm a Muslim when the chips are down. All the people that the Arabs that came to Africa, they treated us badly. Forget what anybody will tell you. Forget what anybody will tell you. Yes, there are Muslims. I'm a Muslim, but that's where it stops. When it comes to politics, I should remember that I'm a black man. And in as much as I would say the white people colonized us, but also the Arabs, they took a lot of slaves. They came here, they took a lot of ivory, they took a lot of slaves. So I think black people, we need to caution ourselves. Now we will be fighting because somebody is saying something, just because you think, oh, this is a you show it. Meanwhile, the people who are even terrorizing us here in Nigeria as Nigerians, who can't raise the same shoulder and anger about them. You know, it's pathetic. And who are you following? Who is your master? Who are you supporting in this fight? What is he going to do for you? Anyway, I'm also fasting. Let me not raise my anger level too much. Once again, honestly, Mr. Rudolph, I really need to appreciate you. And I sincerely pray that God will bless you, because I think you're doing an excellent job. The fact that we are still talking to each other is very important. Somebody like me now, I can carry the message down. That forget it. It's not every Christian or every Southerner that is against this. You know, it's not like what to believe. There are a lot of people who have their head still in a thinking position. And the only reason why we are seeing it is because you week in, week out, provide the platform where we can sit and talk to each other. And I really thank you for that, Mr. Rudolph. Thank you.
Thank you, Masker. Thank you so much. This is my final word. Some people, every day I come here and I open this platform, and people come in here and they air their views. I don't take it for granted that people will come. Even though sometimes it goes off the rail, I always like the idea that there are different viewpoints aired here. Different viewpoints. What would disappoint me is if I have a platform like this and I come and I'm part of this and it's only one viewpoint. I wouldn't survive there. It's not in my nature. I want to hear from everybody, whatever your viewpoint is. I want to protect the rights of Pansat to say whatever he wants to say. I want to protect.
You say that I'm welcome. Yeah, sorry. Well, the right of Pansat to tell you to go. No. Is it?
Yeah. Whatever he wants to say. That's my gold standard.
And to call KJ names that even me, I cannot.
That's my gold standard. Right. The day I won't be able to, I will stop Pansat from saying what he's saying. I will be worried because next is I'll pick somebody else to stop, and then somebody else and somebody else until it will be me. I know we're emotional, we're human beings, we're emotional, but I hope that as we continue to do this, we continue to have conversations, because that's my major goal. The day we stop having conversations, and some of them will be tough, some of them will be convenient, will not be convenient for some people, depending on who you are. But the day we stop is the day we are in trouble. But as long as we speak, we give people the chance to air their views. we have hope. And sometimes people will be annoyed. I understand that. Sometimes people will say something that is out of place. It's okay. I don't think we want it every day, every time, but it will happen. We cannot stop it, no matter the platform. When you bring people together and allow them to air their view, it's going to happen. So please, it's not that I enjoy it, but I know this is human nature. It's part of what makes us human. I understand people who go angry, who get angry, who say things. I understand people who react that way. But this is what a platform like this should look like. Otherwise, it will be fake. One man said this: if you buy a newspaper in any country and it's full of good news, check very well. The good people in that country, they are locked up. All right, on that note, we have to end it today. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We are not going to do the rants. There's another show coming up. We will get there, and you guys can continue the conversation. I appreciate everybody. I thank you all for coming here every Saturday and every Sunday. If you were upset, please forgive us. Like Pansat said, and Wachuku, and all the people on the comment section. I see your comments. I understand how you feel. The purpose of this platform, like I say all the time, is to make it open for people to air their views. There's nothing else we want to do. And if people are not airing their views, then we failed, and I've failed. And as long as people are doing that freely, that's it. Thank you so much. Let me thank those that supported us, because it's very important. We can't do this without them. Chris, thank you so much. Oria Kutobe, thank you so much. Chrisom, thank you so much. Igbo Basics, thank you so much. And of course, those behind the scene who supported us, Kulata, thank you very much. And Kulata. There are people behind the scene who are sending me some of the videos. When you guys talk and say something, they will send me the video and say, play it. I play it. It's not that I have the magic. I don't have all the videos loaded and waiting for you to say something. So I thank them, and those that watched at home, thank you so much. You can like and share, and of course, always. I appreciate you. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, I have to mention that we have Mazes Okay is coming to talk about he's the leader now of the what do you call it, the village people. So something is happening in Nigeria. There is going to be, we have the city boys movement, and now you have the village boys movement. They are going to come to head on in this election coming up in next year. So he's going to come and talk to us about that. He's leading one, and it's also in Nigeria. He's following all the trending stories and what's going on in Nigeria. So we welcome him tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. If you want to, if you can join us, we appreciate that. Again, thank you, everybody. I'm so sorry if people are upset, but I think we'll be all right with this. And I hope over time we understand that viewpoints are just viewpoints, and we'll get through that. Again, thank you so much, Maska, for being here. Thank you, Tony, for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christians, for Epstein, for being here. Thank you, Imperial Apologists, for being here. Thank you, Imperial Apologists, for being here. Thank you, Ife, for being here. Thank you, Ike, for being here. Thank you, Dexter. KJ, thank you so much. And everybody who is here, thank you. I appreciate all of you. I will see you tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa. Take care, everybody.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam, thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he's coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should mark people to the capital.